Could Substack be the next Clubhouse? Sharing every story loud and proud. From the feed to the speakers, we're making waves. The writer's voice now takes center stage. Substack audio, let it all come out. This could be the next Clubhouse. We used to talk in clubhouse rooms, late nights chasing digital tunes, but the crowd moved on, the echoes fade. Now there's a new beat that's being made. Substack's got the pen and the mic, stories that sing, ideas that spike. From page to podcast, one simple space, creators rising, finding their place. Could Substack be the next Clubhouse? Sharing every story loud and proud. From the feed to the speakers, we're making waves. The writer's voice now takes center stage. Substack audio, let it all come out. This could be the next Clubhouse. Could Substack be the next Clubhouse? Where words and waves come to make some ground. From keyboard clicks to spoken dreams, a story told in sonic streams. Could Substack steal the show? Let's see what happens here and watch it grow. Reader to listener, lines intertwine. A paid chat's more than just a sign. Community's close, exclusive and kind. It's not just the content, it's the mind. Metrics climbing, subscribers grow. Engagement lights begin to glow. The next Clubhouse, maybe it's true, but this time it belongs to you. Creators unite in the digital deep. Monetize dreams that never sleep. Text meets tone, it's something new. A global mic, a closer view. Could Substack be the next Clubhouse? Sharing every story loud and proud. From the feed to the speakers, we're making waves. The writer's voice now takes center stage. Substack audio, let it all come out. This could be the next come out. Could Substack be the next Clubhouse? Where words and waves come to mix somehow. From keyboard clicks to spoken dreams, a story told in sonic streams. Could Substack steal the show? Let's see what happens here and watch it
Keith Keller, Melbourne, Australia, getting the mic working. Today is the last show in the Restream or Repurpose 3030 series. It's a difficult time, obviously. It's coming up to Christmas. We're all very, very busy, and no one's here yet. But I'll just keep winging it until people come. There's a very, very interesting theory now that visibility does indeed take a long, long time. And I've heard it said that sometimes when you start a project, it might not kick in for about 7 years. Now, that's a long time. That's a long time to be doing something if it's not working. So anyway, we're going to play around with that today. I'll play a few more songs and invite a few more people, but the basic idea is that this is Repurpose 3030. We've been, for the last 30 days, we've been repurposing our content in various formats across the internet, and we've been exploring that together as a community. There's indeed 7 other shows you can watch about this if you want to. If you want to join us today, please do. We're on LinkedIn, Substack, and YouTube live, and so that's pretty cool. The questions that we're asking today are, what is your best performing content? What works best for you? Is it video? Is it audio? Is it on TikTok? Is it on Snapchat? Is it on Instagram? Is it on Substack? Where is it? Where is your best performing content? And how can you repurpose that into other formats? This is the conversation we're having today. Where will you share it once it's done? Will you put your Instagram images on TikTok? I don't know. Snapchat. Will you put your WordPress blogs onto Substack? Will you put your Tumblr blogs onto WordPress or Medium? What do you do? Hello, Mike. I'll send you the link in a minute. I'll just get through this and then play another song. Mike's got his Christmas hat on. I'll send you some stuff in a minute. I've got some really good stuff to talk about today. The way I reshare my content, I'm going to share my 8-step plan, one of which is to write songs. Using a site called Suno, and I use the site Perplexity to write the lyrics because that's the weak link for me. If you want to know more about what I'm doing, go to Where Is Keith Today, and that will take you through to a calendar of events. And I'm very, very, very excited to announce that in the new year, I've got a brand new show starting in February called Multi-Streaming 101. We're going to talk about how to multi-stream. Whether or not we should multi-stream. Should we just focus on one site, Substack, YouTube, LinkedIn, or should we multi-stream to many sites and try our luck? It's a very interesting debate, and there's no right or wrong answer. It's obviously personal choice. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go backstage and play another song. I believe visibility is a long, long tail. And I read this week that anyone who's ever succeeded, most people who have ever succeeded have taken a long time. It's 7 years in some case to be an overnight sensation. Most people give up after 2, which is why there's so many sort of false starts. I totally get this because I can't stand the idea of doing something for 7 years without seeing a result. But let's see what happens. I'll play this song, Visibility Has a Long, Long Tail, and that can set up a really good discussion about this.
Visibility has a long, long tail. Not every idea leaves a paper trail. You just can't fake what time takes to unveil. 'Cause visibility has a long, long tail.
Oh, visibility has a long, long tail. Now, this is a very, very, very good story, a very good concept. So, we're talking today about the idea of repurpose 3030. We're talking about the idea of what do you do to repurpose the content that you already have. Now, obviously, in order to do that, I would imagine you'd have to know which content you're doing and what's working and what isn't. This is a very fundamental concept. So, in the context of that, I've been sort of researching lots and lots and lots of different ways to repurpose content, and one of the ones that I really like is Substack. I really like it, and so this show is now going to LinkedIn, YouTube, and Substack. And jump in and tell us where you are in the world and where you're listening in from. It's very interesting. It's quite difficult to do multi-streaming because you've got to do a lot of different things at the same time. So what I've decided in February, I'm going to have January off. In February, I'm going to start a brand new show called What is Multi-Streaming, or Multi-Streaming 101. And we're going to examine how to multi-stream to LinkedIn, YouTube, and Substack, because I've just spent a year doing it. I know how to do it. I'm happy to share. But should we do it? Is it better to just focus on one thing? It might be a better idea. I don't know. It's an interesting discussion. If you do send it to one place, there's some evidence to prove the community will be better. The community will be stronger, tighter. But what happens if that site goes away, or changes the rule, or restricts you for sending too many DMs? Just saying. So multi-streaming is a idea where you can send it to 3 or 4 places and pick up a bit of traction in a number of ideas. Very good idea, I reckon. We'll just see. So no one here yet, and with that in mind, I might play. These songs are coming in very, very handy. I'll talk a little bit about these songs in a minute because it's very much a part of my new strategy. So if we're talking about multi-streaming and we're talking about the idea of should we do it, there's 2 very different strategies. One is you do it in one place and you build a strong community and they are loyal. But what if they change the rules? What if they go away? What if they delete that feature, which has happened to us? And with that in mind, I'm going to play my sort of 80s dystopian dark punk synth vibe. It's sort of 80s sort of we're asking a big question here, and this is, what is this algorithm? It's dark, it's deep, it's funky, but it's got a very deep message, and I'm going to talk about this when we get back.
What is this new algorithm? It's reading between the lines. No more noise, just precision. Matching hearts and minds. What is this new algorithm? It's the rhythm of what we do. If you post with passion and purpose, it's gonna find you true. Check my feed this morning, things feel brand new. Posters shuffled, stories I never knew. No more chasing likes, no clickbait thrills. It's 3x stick goal, redefining script. 150 billion thoughts in play, learning what we mean, not just what we say. Every word, every vibe, every clue, all filtered through the lens of you. What is this new algorithm? It's reading between the lines.
Wow. So, what is this new algorithm? What is this thing we keep talking about? It's the new process that LinkedIn has decided to do, for better or for worse. We can have that chat if you want to come up and have a chat about it. Hello, Paulo, calling in from Bern or listening in from Bern. That's a pretty cool idea. Mike's there. Um, Now, the thing that happens with this show, and it is interesting, with daylight saving, a lot of people forget that time changes. You go forward, we go back. We lose 2 hours, so it's actually now 6:30 there Eastern, which is not very convenient for people. So what I might do, this has happened a few times now. I'm going to play one more song, and if no one comes, I'm going to stop it, and I might start it again when people come because I can't talk to myself for the whole time. It's a bit of a waste of time, and obviously no one's watching it, so there's not much point. So I'll play one more song, and then I I'll just regroup, maybe start again at the end of the hour. Hello from Bern, Switzerland, and that's Paulo. So hello, Paulo. If you want to join in, I'll send you the link if you want to join in. I don't know what time it is there, but you're very welcome to join. I am doing a lot of work with Substack, and I'd be interested to know if you're doing that. I've created a new song, and I'm going to talk about this in a minute because the idea of songwriting as a sort of a theory or a strategy for extra content is pretty good. So I believe that Substack feels like home to me. I also subsequently wrote an article called LinkedIn Feels Like Homework because it's hard. But Substack's fun. So I'm going to play this song and hopefully we'll get some people coming in from around the world. And if not, I'll just sort of gently fade into the sunset and start again in half an hour.
Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Camera off now, but I'm going online.
Oh, Substacks feels like home. Hey, Mike, how you doing? How you doing?
Good day, mate.
I'd love to ask you a couple of questions. We've just had a big 30-day uh, feast of live streaming and repurposing, and I'd love to know in 2025 what was your best performing content and how do you plan to reuse it?
Well, I think we talked about this a little bit, but it was LinkedIn, and was is the operative word because with the new algorithm, a lot of people have noticed a drop off in reach. And while I was thinking about that, and I think we kind of did this together. I think you preceded me by a little bit. Can you hear me?
Oh, you're a little soft. Are you a long way away from the laptop? Have you got your mic on?
Hold on, I'm gonna double check here. How about now?
That's better. That's better.
Helps if I have the right mic picked.
Yeah.
um, I'm on the Q2U right now. So it was LinkedIn, and I think we kind of switched, or we're looking at Substack at the same time. And I think we've also said this before, but if you look at the long answer to this is I'm going to go wherever I need to accomplish whatever I need to accomplish. And that sounds like a bit of a cop out, but it's not. For instance, for the music, as you know, I'm already um, banging up and DistroKid, but in order to do that, first from TikTok. I don't really want to be on TikTok, but in order to get eyeballs and a following, I'm going to go to TikTok. And then, of course, DistroKid does all the main streaming sites. I don't think necessarily I may make a lot of money, at least right away, on the streaming sites because you have to have a lot of, like hundreds of thousands of streams before you start to make any money. So I'm also looking at Bandcamp to actually sell the tracks. So the bottom line is, I don't think I can do any of that via LinkedIn, or I don't know if I want to wait. So I had kind of an epiphany relatively recently. I'm like, I'm going to try anywhere where I need to go. The other thing is LinkedIn, I think we talked about this, wants you to stay in this kind of a single lane, meaning you're the expert at X. They want you to stay in whatever lane that is. So I can't really be a multi-dimensional person, meaning I can't do cybersecurity and music production,
I
or
wonder.
at least it's going to be hard.
I wonder how many people feel like you and I do there. I mean, I'm not one person. I'm a husband. I'm a Trekkie. I'm a headbanger. I'm a vegetarian. I love nature. I'm an Aussie. I live near the beach. I mean, all of those things are different. I mean, I don't do one thing. I mean, life would be very, very boring, which is what LinkedIn is, very, very boring. Life would be very, very boring if you just did one thing all day. I mean, it would be very boring, wouldn't it?
Well, I think it also depends on what, and I think I actually brought this up. One of those is, what do we do on LinkedIn? Are we trying to connect? Well, I'm kind of leaving LinkedIn for is I just want to connect with other people. What comes out of that off LinkedIn is important. And again, how we do that is also a challenge because I think I mentioned for a networking platform, they killed the peer-to-peer video capability. At least,
I never even knew that existed, but you obviously used it, yeah?
yeah. I mean, it was a way if I saw you on LinkedIn. I mean, we DM each other, but when you're on, if, and you have access to LinkedIn, but that's kind of limiting. And so if I want to chat, video or voice, I have to do it some other way. I just don't understand that. This makes no sense to me. If like I said, I don't know if LinkedIn really knows what it wants, and to be honest, I think it primarily, and they're making billions or millions of dollars at this, is recruiting. So they're selling to recruiters. And I, as the content creator slash job seeker, uh, are, I'm the product. So I'm paying $20 a month for that, or whatever it is, probably more now, for that privilege. So I'm a little lost as to what LinkedIn actually sees itself to be.
Well, okay. What do you think then of? This is a very good question because we are live on Substack as well. How do you think Substack compares to that? I've only been using it 3 months, so I'm only very new to it, but I love it. I wrote a song today. Substack feels like home. It's like I get on, I just feel like a joy. What do you think?
Well, I think because, and I don't have paid subscribers yet, and I'm looking at kind of what you started your show at. I'm looking at a longer tail, and I'm kind of following into the Rick Rubin way of thinking, which is he says that the audience comes last, and that doesn't mean that you don't care about the audience. It means that you are going to be true to yourself, and your audience, will find you. And to your point, you want audiences to be loyal, but I believe that Substack is a setting itself up for able to reuse content. Why in today's AI of automation and all this other stuff? Why are we going to have to work so hard to recreate content? Why not get a tool set which Substack has in order for you to be able to do that, including pushing platforms. LinkedIn has no way that I'm aware of to share content from LinkedIn to. I mean, you can link it, but that's getting them back onto LinkedIn.
It's not what it's for, is it? You don't go to a
Right.
fish shop for a pizza, do you?
No, and you also don't really get that there's no way to monetize. I mean, you can monetize once you have a sale through contacting someone, but there's no way on the platform via LinkedIn to monetize. In fact, they take more money if you want to boost your your content. So
It's very interesting because I'm very excited about this. To pick up on your point, I'm actually going to do a new series starting in February called "What Multi-Streaming 101," and the big question I'm going to ask, which is what we're talking about right now, is should you multi-stream to several places, which is very difficult to do if you've never done it before. It's a lot of work, like it's actually hard, but it's very rewarding if you get it right. They say it's easy, but it's not. Or should you focus on one side at a time? Substack, LinkedIn, YouTube, right? Which is a lot easier. But what happens if they change the rules, right? I'm going to have this exact discussion in February. I'm going to do a 4-part series about this. And I've been actually asking myself this exact question. And the question I want to ask you now is, have you tried the new Substack live streaming feature? It's brand new. It was only last week. It's very good. It's extremely good.
the short answer is no. Much like you, I was streaming to Substack, so I have not streamed from Substack yet.
Yeah, well, let me just pick up on what it is. So, Substack now has a new feature, which I call very loosely Substack Direct. It's very good. This is what it looks like. It's extremely good, but it is very limiting. So, this is brand new. This only happened last week, and this is exactly what my show is going to be about. Should we just do this and focus on Substack? 50 million users, really focused on creators. Or should we go around the room and around the world and go to YouTube and LinkedIn and etc., which is a lot harder to do and also dilutes your message. It's a very good discussion. So what Substack does here is you can go directly to Substack from your PC, and you can have up to 3 people on the call at one time. And there's a lovely chat feature where people can listen and join and comment, and up to 3 people can come live on stage. The 3 things that it doesn't do is you can't schedule ahead, you can't play music, so it won't be any good for you, and you can't have images. right? So many people are saying, well, what's the point of it? Come on, you can't have images, you can't play music, you only have 3 people at one time. What's the point of that? But anyway, it's just started last week and they're very open to suggestions. And this is what it looks like. Now, I am predicting that Substack will be the next Clubhouse. This is my prediction, right? I can do this from my PC. I can sit in the chair and just be comfortable and talk for hours, right? This is the life I want to live, right? So, that
Keith,
one,
is it similar to Clubhouse? Like, so there's only 3 people on stage, so to speak. But is it? I can kind of sit in the audience and I don't know, raise a hand or something, and
so
you can bring me up.
yeah, so you can sit in the audience, you can make a comment, and it'll come in a really lovely chat feature. I've only tried it once last week. It's only brand new. But you can only have 3 people on stage. So in order for someone to come up on stage, someone's got to leave. With Substack and with Restream, I can have up to 10 people on stage on the pro version. And so, I never run out. Even the free version allows 6 people, right? And you can play songs, as you know, because you taught me how to do that. And I can play I can have all these images, and I think it's a much more dynamic process. So what I'll probably do, if I do shows on Substack only, is I'll use Restream and send the file to Substack. Because then I've got all the choices. And most importantly, I can schedule ahead.
Well, Keith, I think the other thing is because I have no connections in Substack. I'm hoping that this is just a initial offering, and that, because to your point, I don't really have a lot of use for that if I can't play music, and most likely show some content, whether it's still or a video. So that's not necessarily going to work for my purposes, direct, as you call it. But I again,
can I just ask you, Mike, why do you have the squirrel? Why not your face? I'm really quite fascinated by this now. This is a very good point moving forward. Do you want to be known as the squirrel in the beret with the cool, funky glasses?
yes, because the name of my studio is Soulful Squirrel Studios.
Ah, Soulful Squirrel Studios.
Yes.
Now I get it.
And I'm going for that. If you remember back in the 60s, maybe early 70s, the beret and the rose-colored glass thing was a big deal, particularly as for poetry. But I think I was just going for that whole vibe. A lot of people don't know. The younger people don't know about that. But that was the vibe I was going for. So
So, one of the things I've been dying to ask you this question. We can have a chat privately about this if you prefer. But I've been writing my lyrics with Perplexity because lyrics are my weak point. I just cannot write lyrics. Don't want to. Can't write lyrics. So I've been using Perplexity to write my lyrics, perplexity.ai, because there's a phrase in the creative world called AI assisted writing. Right. Now I'm leaning right into that. I've heard it. I didn't make that phrase up. I've heard this many times. I come up with a title for an article. I ask Perplexity to thrash it out. I look at it for reasonability, change it, make it in my language, and then I publish it. And it saves me about a day. I've written articles for magazines, but I would have rather cut my hand off. I mean, it was so hard. It was so hard. I'm sitting there going, I got this article. It's got to be finished by 5 o'clock, but I'd rather do anything else. Does the lawn need mowing? Can I go and pay a few bills? Oh, shit, there's something on TV. The cricket's on. Anything else than writing. I'm sitting there staring at the screen. Painful. So Perplexity says, well, here's the essence of the idea. This is based on some research we've been doing. If you want to read the research, here's the research. All right, well, that seems pretty reasonable, but that language doesn't really resonate with how I would talk. So anyway, I'm using Perplexity to write lyrics. Now, I really, really, really want your thoughts on this. Perplexity writes lyrics A, B, A, B. Or actually double A, double B. So it's Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow. Everywhere that Mary went, the lamb would sure to go, right? Now, if you write songs like that all the time, they sound like a nursery rhyme. Ba ba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, 3 bags full. You just end up sounding like you're singing to kids, right?
Yes.
So I've been doing a lot of research about this, and I'm really interested in your thoughts. Modern rock songs that have some substance, that have a story, that it is possible to have a story in a rock song. They usually use A B A B, one, and then a second line, rhyme, and then a second rhyme. That's pretty good, not bad. The really good ones have A B C B, line, second line, third line, fourth line rhymes with the second line. It finishes the sentence, but it doesn't sound nursery rhymey. Now I just want to get your thoughts as a poet. What rhyming schemes you prefer, or do these just come out of your brain and you don't even think about it? But have you studied this? What do you think?
Many years ago, I studied. That's not the way I wrote my poetry, and but I haven't done like a study on this, but when I convert my poetry to lyrics, I look more at the rhyming. I don't know. I think you've seen some of my poems. It's almost like I'm more interested in the story than I am the rules. I've been a rule breaker probably most of my adult life relative to stuff like that. So when I write poetry, I don't really look at the rules. I'm looking at the story, and I'm actually doing something very similar now. I think I told you I had attended a storytelling um, uh, webinar.
Mm.
And so I've written a perplexity space, they call it. It's very much like a ChatGPT, custom GPT, not to write the songs for me, but to help me come up with story. So when I'm writing, whatever particularly, Keith, the ones that I'm writing for other people, um, I want to use whatever they've said about themselves, like if there's a tagline or something, like what I did with I just forgot her name now, the young lady that does the dream
Mm.
vacations.
Lynn.
So Lynn. So she had said something about buck up buttercup, and there was a couple other phrases that she had. So I was basically kind of telling her story, including obviously the fact that she's a travel agent. Um, so I use AI to basically help me tell that story. And I'm sure but there's a bunch of different things that you want to do during a story. You want to have emotional arc. You want to have kind of where you start out physically. You want to have some physicality, some reference to time and space, and what you're feeling, and then at the end you want to kind of land the plane in the story. So that's something I'm paying a little more attention to. I think I had done it almost naturally before. Um, so that's something that I'm using AI for, as far as helping me tell the story. And
What you could do. I mean, uh, this is very interesting because storytelling is very important. When I play songs, like I write songs in a totally different way to you. Like I
mm,
write songs to sing in the car.
hmm
Like I was a songwriter in a band where we played on stage, and the goal was to get the audience singing our songs. Right?
mm,
We weren't telling stories. I didn't mind telling stories, but that wasn't the point. The point was that we want you to sing the chorus on the way home in the car and buy the CD. Right? We had a CD. I've had a CD. I've had songs out, and no one bought them, but we did have one. So my goal was to write songs in a band on stage, singing live, and sing the songs with us. Right? The words really were irrelevant. In fact, several of my songwriting buddies have coined this phrase "dummy lyrics." Now, this is probably going to be quite offensive to poets, but we just filled the words in because the verse just gets you to the chorus. Right? The verse is just this fluff that gets you to the chorus. And then the chorus is this big singy thing that everyone sings, and you wrap your hands around the girl, and you're jumping up and down, and you buy the T-shirt and you buy the CD, and you're running home in the train talking to all your friends, and you don't remember the verses. The verses are just there for fluff, right? Shocking concept, but that's how I write songs. I write songs because I want people to sing them in the car, right? And so Perplexity is just perfect for me. But what I have noticed is that if I do it too simplistically, it sounds like a nursery rhyme.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, I'm sure Perplexity can help you. The other thing, when you're writing these spaces or in G's, you can ask the model, whichever model you're using, what is the most popular kind of method? It sounds like maybe you already did that, but
Yeah, I did it.
yeah. And then you can say whatever that it spits out, Keith. You can make that. They call them different things in each one of these models, but and I can't remember what space. I think it's a library document. You save it down as like a text file or a markup document. They call them MDs, but I usually just save it as text, and then you upload it into your your space or your ChatGPT GPT, and it will help you write songs like that. Or if you want, I guess it could probably write it for you. I I don't like the writing for you part, only because, to your point, then it's really up to 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 the model. And to your point also, I do want to tell a story, so I always have kind of a story in mind. And like I said, when I write these personal ones, apparently that's what really has connected with. Like I wrote just what was it? The end of this week, or last week, sorry. I actually wrote a song for my wife's best friend's birthday. She just turned 60, so she enjoyed it. And actually, I wrote that one. And now what I do is I had Perplexity translate that into Spanish, and so it was all in Spanish.
No, it's a fantastic idea, because what we're actually talking about, and let's get back to topic. The topic is, how can we repurpose our content for multiple formats? So I'm actually now starting to say that songwriting is a form of content. Now, this is an extreme leap of faith here. Like, my mate who writes songs for a living said, "What do you mean songwriting is a form of content? Songwriting is the content. It's not a form of content. It's the point of the content," right? For him, but not for me. I write songs so that I can have some discussions on my show about a theme. Substack feels like home. LinkedIn feels like homework. Visibility has a long, long tail. These sorts of things are topics to further conversation. So, separate to the songwriting, and I'm really interested in your point here. What do you think? What type of content do you do to get your message out, separate to having songs? Do you write
Well,
articles? Do you have a video? Do you have a podcast? What content do you create to get your message out?
all of the above, except right now, which I'm working on, a podcast. And so what I've done, Keith, and if you look at my Substack, I've actually written an article and put tracks in it.
Ah, very cool. Yeah.
Or I've written, and I think we had discussed this before, I had actually written an article on the difference between a poem and a song.
Oh,
And
tell me what you're thinking about that. Let's have that discussion. What is the difference?
well, the basic difference is that it's up to the reader, when you read poetry, the emotional content I have emotional content when I write it, and I'm trying to tell a story, and I want to get you to a place, but you may not come along with me because you may not read it the same way I wrote it, for lack of a better word. So it's kind of up to the reader as to the sort of the takeaway to some degree. I mean, I'm hoping that people it resonates and it's similar to what I had intended, but that's not always the case. Uh, songs, or I think that the songwriter, um, and if you do vocals, like I used to, then the songwriter is and the music is going to take you along on an emotional journey. I mean, you do this with movies. You know, movies have soundtracks that go along with the movie to help guide the moviegoer to the sense of the scene that the movie. So I do that, and then I'm still working on it because it tends to be a bit expensive. But I'm working on video production as well. But
Okay.
I've struggled with that because, like I said, right now the tools for that can be a bit expensive. But that's kind of where I'm going. Would
Where are we
be
at with video? Where are we at with video and AI? How's that going?
well, it really depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to do a pure AI actor, I've heard that one of the studios has signed up an AI actor. I don't think we're there yet, as far as seamless acting. But if I am trying to portray, a feeling in my video that has my track, I think that we're well on the way to making that happen. Now, I've also seen lip syncing tools. I don't think we're there yet on the lip syncing tools, but I think we're getting there. The deepfakes, as they call them, are getting better and better. I think we're probably well within 26. Well, we're going to continue to improve on in 26 to the lip syncing capability. I'm hoping eventually the cost comes down because hopefully more people get into the into the field and comes down.
Yeah, this is interesting because um, there's obviously one central idea. Not obviously, but I'd imagine there's one central idea. The central idea might be a song as a wave form. Right, that might be the central song. But then you've got a video that promotes that, or a blog that promotes that, or a live gig. If you think about a band, and I will give a very good example. Last Thursday, I left the house, which is a miracle in itself, and I went into the city and I saw a band. 3,000 people in a room sitting down watching this band from America who came to Australia. Now, they have several albums on CD, right, which is their central product, I would imagine. But they perform live around the world, which also makes them money and could be their central product. So, do they make videos so they can do gigs? Do they do CDs and then support them with live events? Do they do videos to sell more CDs? Or do they do live gigs so that they can fund their love of making music? Right. So there's a central product and then there's a subsequent product. For me, the central product is the live show. That's what I do fundamentally. Everything else I do supports that. And I'm wondering what's your central product and which are your ancillary activities?
Well, the central product for me is going to be the song, and everything else will be in service of getting the song out and encouraging people to eventually buy it or stream, pay for a stream. Um, that may change over time. But I'm really also to believe it or not, and I didn't really realize this while I was doing it, is I actually want to get a message across. So to your point, I don't necessarily want to be commercial. If commercial success comes, awesome. If I can make some money on the side, awesome. But I'm really wanting to get like a fair number of my songs, and I'm going to have two businesses basically. I'm going to have the track business, and then I'm going to have the bespoke track business. The bespoke track business is going to be completely different. Yeah, it's going to be kind of higher end, and it's going to only be for events and I'm imagining anyway. At some point, I want to kind of crank up my fees for that. And again, I just think that the marketplace is there's a marketplace out there, but I want to make enough money to because it's going to be I've already gone into it where it's already a fair amount of work to do these custom bespoke tracks. That's not true of the other tracks. The other tracks to me are going to be I'm going to put them out there that of whatever I'm passionate about in when I create the song. Like I'm doing a set of Christmas songs. From the point of view of the shepherds, the point of view of the wise men, the point of view of Mary. So I'm just trying to get a point across, and so that's going to be my central product, if you will, is the message.
Yeah. Look, it's a very.
Hence,
Have you heard the phrase the marketing funnel?
yeah, I've seen this.
Yeah. So the band was called Garbage. They were a 90s band. They had a lot of hits in the 90s and they've been going 30 years. So say the central product is they want people to buy, this is up to them obviously, but the idea is they want people to buy the CD or stream the song on Spotify and get 0.006 cents for each time. Whatever the central product is, the prospects might be they do gigs. There was 3,000 people in this room where I was on Thursday night. Most of them would probably have the CD or a CD because they got probably 10 of them. So but the lead might be the video. There might be a video on MTV, which closes down soon. So they might do a video of the song. The song promotes them to get the CD, and the CD promotes them to come to the gig. I guess that's probably the way it would work. We still buy CDs to support the band mainly. So we watch a video, we buy the CD, and then if they come to Australia, which they often don't, we'll go and see them. That's the way this marketing funnel works for bands, which we love. What do you think your marketing funnel would be? And if you're listening in, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what your marketing funnel is, because this is a fundamental business discussion, whether it's music or poetry or songwriting or a kitchen or a cafe or a book or an author, whatever. It's a fundamental principle that is at the base of what we do. So have you had a thought about what your marketing funnel might be and how it looks like this?
Well, I want to talk first about what the traditional funnel was. The traditional funnel was you paid, you were working for a label, right? And again, things have changed significantly, but I want to cover what it used to be like first. And then it was the really the responsibility of the label to do the promotion, right? And so you promoted and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but by and large, you got on radios. And so you got playtime on radios. That's how people heard your music. Well, that's long gone, kind of. It's not gone. People still listen to radios, but now an artist, and particularly like us, we can create, and just put it out on the internet. And yes, I'm going to pay. I'm going to pay Disco Kid for the restream, and that you actually pay, and then they take extra of the streaming revenue, and then Bandcamp. You don't pay anything, but they take a percentage of the cut of the sale. And to me, 70 cents, which is what a track I would get. They cost $1, a minimum of $1. You can set it higher, but I would get 70 cents per track. That's 70 cents I don't have today. So the top of the funnel would be basically the internet. Now, how am I getting people to DistroKid and Bandcamp? Well, I'm using most likely starting out TikTok. And so I drive people to probably with a 15-second video for each track,
Mm.
and interested into into either one of those, and I'll see which one kind of does better. Um, when you think about low cost, it would be from the user perspective, it would be the stream, because a lot of that's free. Or you're paying a limited amount and you can kind of listen to as many tracks as you want. It's going to be a little more expensive from a user perspective, but like I said, once I get a following, that to your point, you want an audience down in the customer, or well, yeah, really, you want customers at that point. They're going to actually pay, for tracks or for albums. Bandcamp also has, I think it's $9 is a minimum for an album, which is at least 7 tracks, and so that's kind of my plan. Now, what would I use Substack for? I'm planning. I think we talked about this, but I'm planning once I get this up and running, to have a subscription. Once they find out who the Soulful Squirrel is, that they can hear new releases before anyone else.
Yeah.
And you'll pay for the privilege, $5 a month or something, of hearing new Soulful Squirrel tracks or albums.
This is actually the fundamental reason I love Substack. Substack, we've made this point abundantly lately. Substack is made for creators. Like, they take 10% or whatever you make, not 30%, 10%. Right? They want you to succeed because they make 10% of what you make. They want you to go well. Now, the very, very, very encouraging news about Substack is that they have 50 million users, and 5 million of them have paid subscribers. 10%. This is a very high number.
Yep.
So extremely high number. So if you could use the lead to get people to Substack, which would technically be your prospects, of those 100 people that are your prospects, your subscribers on Substack, it's quite possible, and has been done, that 10 of them will subscribe at, say, $5 a month.
Mm.
Now, that's a model of the world I can get excited about, because I love Substack. I'm doing it anyway. And if people say, well, I like your shows, Keith, they're quite good, I'll give you $5 a month to keep going. What do I get? What extra do I get for my $5? Right? So I'm right at the zone. I'll share this graph for you. I'm right at this zone now of actually creating a subscriber program, because I know, and I want to, people that have paid me $5, they deserve something more. They've done something that most people don't do, and they've helped me. They've subscribed to me. So, you've got this grid. Say, for instance, you do these shows and 1,000 people listen to them over time, and of those 1,000, 100 of them decide to subscribe to you for free, and of those 100 that decide to subscribe to you, 10 of them will either subscribe for fee, or they'll come and see you play, or they'll come to your gig, or they'll buy your book, or they'll buy your CD, or they'll pay you an hourly fee to get coaching. So this model is very solid in the business community. But Substack does it in a very particular way, and this is very good. I'm so proud that we're recording this, because this is the wrap-up of the whole process that we've been chatting about this for 30 days. We're right at the essence now of what we're talking about. So for $5 a month, $8 Australian, subscribers will not only have the satisfaction of supporting their favorite creator, but they'll get something extra, right? I think I owe it to them to give them something extra, which will be these extra shows and etc. You can do it annually if you want to save a bit of money, just $80 up front, $50 US. And then I've got this new format, what I call the advanced plan, which is, I think, $300 Australian, $200 US, and you get extra. Right? Now, you could do this, and we've chatted about this, haven't we, that people that subscribe to you may get early access to some of your tracks. They'll get the inside knowledge before the songs come out. Yeah. Now, why this is important is that, I mean, we have been struggling with the idea that LinkedIn takes money from us, doesn't give anything to us, and wants money from us for nothing, really nothing. And it's not nothing because a lot of people pay for it and they believe it's worthwhile. But I have been, restricted 5 times. I worked it out. I'm just following too many people. I'm just too active for them. I'm just too interested in the world. Like, as an example, I sent 1,000 invitations to the show. 52 people said, "Yeah, I'll come." Now they said, "I'll come." I said, I sent them a message. "Hello, we're on today. Do you want to come? Here's what we're talking about. You said you wanted to come. I'm not spamming you. You said yes. I'm just following up. That's just common sense to me."
I think they see my gut is which, by the way, Keith, I think it's kind of abhorrent from a user what do you call it, a user support perspective. No, you should be very clear about what line you crossed when got restricted, in my opinion. I mean, I understand terms of service. I understand they want to control, to not have too much disruptive behavior on the platform. I understand that very well, by the way, because I ran a very large 10,000 person forum. So I'm completely understanding wanting to control people's aberrant behavior, right? But we had number one, we had very clear rules, right? That we made. In fact, when you joined, you had to read the rules first. There was a process. Read the rules. That we after people we were very clear about what run afoul of. So yeah, I think it's poor customer service, if you will, for what you're doing wrong, and then try to make it do. The other thing I really have an issue with is, and it hasn't, to some degree, maybe sort of it got better, but you don't know how LinkedIn is running you, meaning you don't really know what you're doing right or wrong in your reach. So I'm paying $20 a month to guess at what LinkedIn is going to.
Yeah. It's in many ways it's an old. I think we've grown out of. I think we've grown out of LinkedIn. I've grown out of LinkedIn. I'm not prepared to just guess anymore.
But
haven't they?
There's one commonality, and I wanted to bring this up actually in the show because I don't think I had really talked to you about this. We're going to have to figure out each platform reward mechanism. What does that mean? Well, most likely they're all going to be using a form of AI. So we're going to have to form, like we already know, notes is one mechanism that will be rewarded on Substack. So, but this is my point: is that either we, together or through whatever mechanisms are available to us, we have to basically figure out how to be successful on whatever platform. I should say the most successful that we can be. In other words, we have to put our best foot forward on every platform that we're planning to use to get that funnel.
And this is exactly the point I'm making. This is exactly the point I'm making about multi-streaming. Like, I actually really want to have this discussion. There's a part of me, the lazy part, that says, mate, I'm just going to focus on one thing. I want to get really, 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 really good at Substack. And I'm sick and tired of having to work out how to use YouTube and what's going on with LinkedIn. And it tires me out. I can't be bothered. I just want to get good at one thing. Like, I want to be the best guitarist in the world. I want to be the best podcaster in the world. I want to be the best husband in the world. I want to do one thing really well. Right? There's a part of me that really wants that. But then there's a part of me that says, well, what happens if Substack takes the live streaming feature away after 6 months and it's not working? They just take it away, and you spend all this time. And I'd be really interested in your thoughts about the one thing versus the multi-streaming idea. It's a paradigm shift, isn't it?
Well, in cybersecurity, we have a saying. It's called CIA. So confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The A part is what we're talking about, the availability part. And unfortunately, there's no to say any of these platforms. You can get very good and you can hone in on. And this is my other, Keith, particularly but with any of them actually, is how do you find out and how do you know what that platform is rewarding? And to your point, which is bigger, we can let's keep on picking on LinkedIn. They had LinkedIn audio. Everyone was really into it. They were liking, and then poof, it's gone. So yes, I believe if you're going to be serious about whatever your endeavor is, whatever you bring the business to your product, whether you do that all, you have that in your back pocket, so to speak. For instance, you already basically is kind of audio only, right? Yeah, that could potentially be a backup to, God forbid, if Restream or Streamer go away, and then now I'm assuming you can't do this to other channels, right? You can't restream
Can't
from
multi-stream.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's the internal process. Now,
Yep,
it's the exact process we're talking about: multi-streaming or this. Now, this is very, very good.
But backup. So because you've already had it didn't take, the connection didn't work. So I'm not saying you have both of these, but if I don't know, whatever your primary channel is that you're reaching to doesn't work, or then you have a fallback position, which Substack Direct. You know what I'm saying? So I think everyone shouldn't be kind of putting all their eggs in one's basket if they want kind of longevity. And I think that's the other thing, Keith, is you know this. You have friends that went through this, and you went through your one buddy that took X amount of years to talk about. I think there is. I think you have to have the passion, which obviously you have, but I think you also have to have the persistence. And so I think, and again, it really depends on how your kind of goal is, and you want to get, so to speak, and reach. But I just think you have to be realistic and say it's the tail on this is going to be longer. And what I've seen anyway is it's like you grow slower, and all of a sudden you just take off. But that all of a sudden is a bit elusive until
all of a sudden it's quite funny, isn't it? So I read this really interesting article.
Yeah, go ahead.
Really interesting article from a billionaire who said, look, the average person takes 7 years to take off. The average entrepreneur. The average business, not the unicorns. The average business takes 7 years from inception to massive. Most people give up after 2 years. And it's easy to know why, because 2 years of nothing, it's bloody hard. Who's paying the bills? How are you going to put petrol in the car? The kids are screaming, they're hungry. It's just easier to get a job. But the people that persist, and the average is 7 years. I'd be interested to know the stats on this. But, businesses take time because no one knows who you are yet. They're busy doing things. No one wakes up in the morning and goes, I wonder what Keith's doing today. Is there a guy named Keith living in Melbourne doing a radio show in his house? I'd be interested in watching that. No one wakes up in the morning asking that question. They might come across this funky guy from Australia going, actually, he's funny. I wouldn't mind. He speaks funny. I'll watch that. When's he on again? But they got to know me, right? They don't wait for me.
getting back to though, to me, I think most streaming, at least the way I'm looking at it, Keith, is I don't want I don't want to put my eggs in one basket. B, I want to test, and you've already kind of talked about this multiple times, but I don't think you can stop. And what I mean by that is when you're doing restreaming, you want to see which stream or which platform is doing the best. But I also, like I said, I think you have to you have to be realistic about the reward system that that platform is using. We already said basically that Substack is going to reward you for having paid subscribers because they get paid when you get paid. So you have to kind of keep that in the back of your mind. And I understand you don't want to be busy thinking about all this, but I also think, what did the record company do? I'm just going back to that. Mark on the responsibility of your visibility. Now you, as the single solopreneur, have to do that, and you have to look at what is going to get you visibility, and you kind of have to keep your finger on the pulse because, to your point, uh, platform X might go away or change how they do things, or maybe people leave. People may or may not be leaving LinkedIn for our type of stuff, meaning content creators and not just recruiters or job seekers. And I honestly don't think you're going to find a job on LinkedIn. I really don't. I think you're going to find someone, you're going to network with someone that you maybe find a job through. But anyway, my point is, in order to get the visibility, we have to, in essence, play the part of what the record company did, the label did, and figure out which platform gets us visibility. Now, once you have a following, I still think though you need to keep up that restreaming because something else might catch. Something else might get hot. Like, I don't know. To your point, YouTube's been around a while. It seems like maybe Substack is hotter, but you kind of have to keep an eyeball. And like I said, if you're not going to restream to those platforms purposely, definitely have them set up in as a backup, as a plan B, or C or whatever. That's just the way I see it. And like I said, once I get kind of a following or more of a following, then I can start backing off a little bit about worrying about, for instance, TikTok, and I'll have a system to crank those out, right? So when I create a song, maybe even automated, I don't know, we'll see, with agents and stuff. I think probably not because I don't trust agentic AI, but anyway, at least have a good solid workflow, and just bang those out where it's almost semi-automatic, and then shift my attention to say, okay, what next? What
Have you
and
heard of a movie called Begin Again?
I have not. I don't think.
This is a very good piece of content for you. This is a very, very, very inspirational show. So the movie is called Begin Again. I think it's called Begin Again. I'll Google it for you. Now, Keira Knightley plays an acoustic guitarist in a funky sort of down the pub on a Saturday night singing songs type of way. Very low key, very low key. Sing songs, write songs. The songs are the message, right? They're not designed to be commercial. Her husband, her partner, played by Adam Levine from Maroon 5, is a guy that wants to make it, and he's pushing. Right? So they are together, and she writes this song for his birthday. And she says, well, look, I just wrote this song and I don't have much money. So this can be your song. This can be your birthday present. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'll have that. That's pretty good. Let's record it. And they record it in a sort of Saturday night down the pub type of way. And she does this gig at a pub, and this record company person who's just been sacked because he's too alternative sees her and says, oh, man, this is good. This is good. Like, you're good. I'm going to find the money. I'm going to record this. Oh, what do you mean? Who are you? Who are you? Some random guy that turns up on a Saturday night at the pub. Who are you? Anyway, you don't know me, but I'm going to help. So what happens, this is a very, very, very good story, which is partially based on fact. He says, look, we'll record this song for you, and then let's just see what happens. Right. I'm not going to. I want you to watch the movie because there's a lot more in it. But the Adam Levine character, they split up, and he goes off and has a career in a funky little on the radio type of way and tours the world and does these pop songs, which she hates. And she goes off on this alternative play my acoustic guitar vibe little tangent. So they go to the record company with this guy I used to work for, and she says, "Oh, look, this is good, Ned. This is very good. It's very, very, very good. We're going to take this piece of content that you wrote, and it's good that you've got an album and you recorded it because that's going to save us a lot of money. But we're going to do that, and we're going to distribute it, and we'll give you $1 for every CD we sell because that's the deal. We're going to give you $1, and we're going to sell the CDs for $10." And she said, "What are you doing for your 90%? I mean, what are you doing that I can't do?" "Well, this is the way it works, honey. This is the record industry. I know you're young and you've never been here before, but this is what we do. We take 90%, you get 10%. Well, I don't know if that's fair. I wrote the songs. We recorded the songs. We did all the work. What are you doing for me? Nothing." We say no. So this movie is about, this was written in 2013. This movie is about what else can we do? Like I had this mate of mine that wrote songs and took 18 years to get a record contract. We had a huge argument about this. He says, "Mate, that's just the way of the world, Keith. The record company owns the music business and you have to concede to them." "Yeah, well, it's taken you 18 years to get a record contract. Why didn't you just do it yourself?" "I don't want to be bothered with the internet. Nah, that's bullshit. I don't want to do that." Well, it's taken you 18 years to get this far. You could have done it yourself if you're really into it. And this is what this movie's about. Right. Now, there's a couple of really famous actors in this and a couple of real musos in it. And it's a completely conceivable story, especially given it was written in 2013. Very inspiring story. I've got the CD, DVD, if I could send it to you, but you can probably stream it.
No, this is interesting. It has CeeLo in there. It has Eric Burton in there. And then act-wise, it has James Corden in there, Marco Ruffalo, as you said, Kira, Kathleen Kenner. Or Keener.
Yeah, Catherine Keener, and Adam Levine plays the pop star.
Yeah.
And it's an extremely inspiring movie because it is the world we now live in. So, and there's a very famous line, and she says, "What are you doing for your 90%? Nothing. Why am I giving you 90% of songs I wrote and even paid to record? Right? What are you doing for me?" Right?
Oh, but this is what I was saying before, Keith. That the gatekeepers, for the longest time, and to your point, I don't think it's true as much anymore, but they still have a stranglehold. Like this thing with Suno having to sign with Warner because of this whole, I don't know what to think, whether it's fair use or not, but they are going to have some input into how Suno does things, because they're going to own a piece, or they're going to, that they have some deal with them. So that's going to change how we do things somewhat. But anyway, my point is, I don't think that's as true, because I think people are able, like I said, to get out via TikTok or whatever they're using to get the visibility. Now, is it a longer tail? I think it really depends, because you had mentioned that one AI artist that's top of one of the charts, and that I think that is possible, but much like being a football NFL star or basketball player or whatever, there's going to be a lot of people trying and very few that are getting to the top, which is kind of how things work. But if you don't try, you're never going to. If you're not in the ring, you're not going to win any rounds in a fight, right?
Exactly right. So it's an extremely good movie, and it has quite a lot of relevance with the real world, because I quit quite literally, I'm very proud of this. This is probably my singular moment where I really defined myself. I promised myself that I would be working a 4-day week by my 40th birthday because on my 35th birthday I had the worst day of my whole life, and I went to work and I think, why am I here? I need the money. I'm trapped. I'm in this job I hate. We just bought a house. I need the money. I got to put up with the bullshit. Right? I promised myself. I gave myself a 5-year goal. I'm going to work 4 days a week by my 40th birthday, or die trying. So I went to my boss at that time because I had various experiments with this. And I said, look, I've decided that I want to work 4 days a week, or at the very least a 9-day fortnight, because I want 1 day a week to be me. I don't mind doing this job, but it's not really the essence of who I am. And he said, he looked at me and he said, you know the rules. 5 days a week, you come here. And on 2 days a week, you can do whatever you want. We don't tell you what to do on your weekends. Don't tell us what we can do on your weekdays. So if you want to leave, but you're not getting a 4-day week. Never, ever will you get a 4-day week working at this company. I said, okay, well, there it is. I left. I just left. I just quit. And my wife I had a huge fight. Like, we fought for 10 years about this. I said, I can't do it anymore. I just can't go to a job I hate because I need the money. And it's exactly the same discussion. I hate being told what to do. So if I was a creator, I would be doing it myself. I'm not a creator. I'm not writing my own songs for profit. But if I was, I would be doing it myself. I wouldn't be relying on a record company to grace me with their presence and do all the... I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. I just hate being told what to do. So a lot of entrepreneurs do it from that reason. We want the freedom to say, I don't want to go to work 5 days a week and get up at 6 o'clock and have to get on a train and spend an hour on a train getting to work in a job I hate. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I need the money, but there's a million ways to make money, right? So I think we're in a time period, and Substack is perfect for that. How Bez, I'll bring you in a minute, where creators can say, you know what, I have value and I'm going to control my terms. I need money, yes, but I'm not working 9 to 5. I'm not pumping petrol. I'm not making coffees. I'm not putting up with these bullshit work conditions. Now, my wife gets up at 6 o'clock to go into the city to start at 8 o'clock. Why does she have to go into the city? Why does she have to get up at 6 o'clock? Well, she doesn't mind. She gets home at 6 o'clock if the trains are working. If the trains aren't working, she gets home at 7 o'clock because she's got to wait for the next train or a bus or some sort of bullshit configuration while they fix the trains. She's been home at 9 o'clock sometimes because the trains didn't work. She's just going to work. Why can't she do that at home? So we are in the zone now of creators first. We're taking our power back. We're in a bit of a rant, Brez, but this is the last show of the week. Let me regroup. I know you always come in late, so I'm going to have to regroup. We're talking about the idea of repurposing your content from the point of view of what is your best content, right? Where was it? Where did it perform? What is it? I wrote a brand new song this week called Substack Feels Like Home. Both Mike and I are 100% behind Substack, and we are moving our content there. And we're just really a bit sick and tired of being told what to do by these big companies and these big social projects. So we're having a bit of a rant. But anyway, this is the last show of the 8-week series. I'd be very interested, because you've been to most of them, what was your highlight from these shows, and what would you like to contribute on the last show to wrap up what we've done?
Great question. I think for me, um, the highlight for me has been the relationships and getting to know people. Like, I think I got to know Lynn here. Was it through your show? Am I correct?
Yep, Lynn. Yep.
Okay. Got to know Lynn. Um, So got to know some other people as well, and have deeper conversations. I think for me, taking things off the platform, um, and believe it or not, Keith, you're showing a funnel here. Well, out of this show, I something hopped into my funnel, and I'm doing business with them because actually of your show. You know, they heard, they got comfortable with what how I was talking, and wanted to know more information about.
Tell us that story. That's a wonderful story. Tell us that story.
Well, they have been listening to the show, and they had a family member that was in need of services, and they asked about it, and you know, they felt comfortable because of me being on this show and talking about whatever, and then talking a little bit about careers and my philosophy behind careers. And then what ended up happening, of course, they go to your LinkedIn profile, check you out, listen some more, listening to your show, and then got I was able to do business with them. So that's been really amazing. Just here's the thing, Keith, you're showing this funnel, but today, um, so on Friday, somebody reached out to me, another person, and got into my LinkedIn and said, "Hey, um, I would like for you to help my son, blah blah blah, and I don't know what are your fee structure and stuff." So I was like, "Well," I go, part of my services, there is no fee because the employers pay for it. I'm a headhunter, number one. The other part, career coaching, I actually do charge for that, but, um, I'm be more than happy to talk to you about that. And it says, "Oh yeah, definitely want to talk." Um, and I talked briefly, and I said, "Well, best if I'd like to talk to your son, see if it's going to be a good fit. Want to make sure that if it's something that you're willing to fund, that he's genuinely interested." So had that conversation, had a good vibe, went talk to the mom. I said, "Look, I really am, I think, this is what we talked about. That I think it's going to be a good fit." I asked him straight out some questions. He answered them correctly. But I want you to go talk to your son, see if they're interested. So I gave many times to get out, and she came back, "Oh no, I want to, let's talk further, talk today for an hour and 45 minutes." And not only did she want me to help her son, but she wanted me to help a second son. And not only did she want me to help a second son, she wanted me to help a third son. And I was,
It builds, doesn't it? It's the credibility factor.
oh, like Keith, you speaking on stage, Mike LeBlanc here speaking on stages. And I said, at the very end, because this is not, this is a big investment. I did, I, I do have something that's unique in my offer when two people do it, but now she added a third one, and I did have to add some extra. I had to add to the total deal, and no problem. Willing, like this mother was very vested in the success of their kids, all three of them, and so. But I asked her at the very end, how, what, I feel honored you're entrusting me. And I said, why did you reach out to me of all people? And she said, back in the clubhouse days, this and that, we were in some same rooms together. I followed you over here to, and I was very active in clubhouse with certain people, and you were around some of those people. And, I've heard you speak a few times, LinkedIn audio type of stuff. Remember when we were doing LinkedIn audio? I did LinkedIn audios, you did LinkedIn audios, when we were out there pouring into people, Keith. So we're out there trying to help people, and and your my voice is out there, your voice is this what I'm doing, anybody can do. I don't have a sexy funnel. I don't have a what they call a landing page or the sexy lead gen page. None of that. I I literally teach with a Google Doc when I teach. And you know what? I've started to see that other creators are teaching with a Google Doc. It's a wonderful thing. It's easy and you can change things and you don't have to have a sexy design PDF. Google Docs work great.
I think
And
this is good. I think this is actually really good because we can hide behind the tech, but really, and this is what I really want to ask, you are making your offer visible. First of all, you know your offer. This is the other question we actually asked. What is your central product, and how do you make your offer visible? So these shows that we did, and we've done 8 of them now. This is a funnel in a way. I've got an
Mhm.
I've got an 8-part series now on YouTube that tells people how to repurpose their products.
Okay.
I'm very proud of that. That in itself is a reward for me. But
Mhm.
what I love is that you and I have always talked about, doing the work
Mhm.
at the top. People saw you on Clubhouse, they saw you on LinkedIn audios, they might have seen you on Twitter Spaces, and it's a long funnel. And I was thinking of you the other day because I heard this billionaire talk. It might have been Warren Buffett, but someone like Warren Buffett that said, it usually takes 7 years to crack it. Most people give up in 2 years. Right? And I'm one of them because 7 years is a long time. 7 years is a long time to go without any success.
That if Warren Buffett said that, all the famous YouTubers, they take about that long to blow up, 7 years. Like the Beast, Mr. Beast, all the people that are really, really successful on YouTube, you should it was a lot of work.
Yeah.
They didn't just I'll tell you this. On Saturday I was at a Dickens type of Christmas, Charles Dickens type of Christmas, and I was part of it. And there was a guy there that he won on the Food Network the best barbecue. It was like a big barbecue show, and he won the master the grand prize award. And in this little city up here where I live, north of Atlanta, when that final show came, everybody was in a gym watching it. They didn't know if he had won it or not. When he won, they went nuts. This guy now is here in Northeast Georgia on the map. I ran into him because he was at the event I was, and I said, "Hey, I want you to come speak over here, at the 1 Million Cups." He goes, "I'd be happy to, but it can't happen till February. I'm booked." And I said, "So how's that overnight success?" And he goes, "Ha ha ha! You mean 30 years in the making?" And now he's winning all sorts of awards. He has to travel here to New York City, and he's got a big old beard. He almost looked like ZZ Top,
Oh, yeah.
But you have to put into work, and Keith, when we met, I think I've told you this many times. There was a few. I was considering what I do in the evening, and there was a few people wanted me to join their Twitter space, and I was like, man, Keith's really cool. He's laid back. I like his vibe,
Yeah.
and when Keith, you have also probably put your voice out there when you were the Twitter dude, and you got business. So I'm not doing anything different. You've done it 10 times over. I'm just sort of starting my journey, and it started on Clubhouse, and it got the Twitter Spaces, it got to LinkedIn Audio. Now this show that gets broadcast to multiple places among LinkedIn, and people are watching it, and they just reached out randomly, and I,
Yeah.
just like you said, put in the work, pour into people. They'll either resonate with you or not. Price was not an issue for them.
Yeah.
They did whatever it took to invest in their and their 3 kids, which are all adults, and I feel honored for that. I mean, I thought they would say, "Oh, no, I ca" and they, like, pulled out all the stops, like, "Don't worry, I can do this."
It's
And, yeah.
very, very, very good point because as we wrap up 2025, I'm very proud to say that I'm having January off, but I'm already started at work on a new series, and I've worked out my flow. I worked out the way that I keep myself buoyant is that I do short bursts, what you would call a sprint.
Mhm.
So repurpose 3030 was 8 weeks, and that's it. I'm not doing it every week forever. And in February, I'm very proud to announce that I'm going to do this show called Multi Streaming 101. Right, it's going to be 4 weeks in February, every Tuesday, Monday for you, and we're going to examine. And I'm really interested in this question: should we multi-stream to YouTube, Substack, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitch, Rumble, etc., as many as we can, or should we focus on one at a time? Because last week I did the Substack version. Now, the Substack version just came out last week. It's very basic. Too basic for me. Can only have 3 people on stage. You can't reschedule. You can't have music. You can't have images. There's not many features, but it started. So I'm fascinated by should be multi-stream or should be single stream. Like, what do you think?
Well, are you asking me or Keith? I
No,
mean, or
I'm
no.
asking you, Bez, because I'm very interested in whether we should focus on one site or multi-stream to many sites.
I think, I'll tell you what like, I'm not a pro that feels I can speak to this because it's in my wheelhouse. So I'll tell you what the pros say that you should start with one. Okay. And because of typically um that I'm looking at multi streaming 101. I think it's missing an L or something. um uh,
Oh,
was
that's
it
right.
just
Look it up. Mutty streaming.
multi streaming? But but I know that's AI right there, man. The AI can't spell. But no, just the reason they say one is because it takes um a lot of times when people start out, they have no audience. Like Keith, you have an audience. You've been doing this for many years, and your audience is in different places. I mean, you're not starting from scratch. So if you're starting from scratch, you want to build somewhere where people know and build somewhere. Now, we have tech that we can do multi-streaming, but if you're talking 101, that's a great question. Should someone who has no audience and doesn't know how to multi-stream and doesn't know how to handle comments do multi-streaming? I think my opinion is they should go for several months on one, figure that out before they do the multi-streaming game, because multi-streaming is a little bit harder because now you have to handle comments from different multiple locations. And can you do that without ruining your show? So hey, I guess I think anything's possible, but
It's a very
Bez,
you know,
it's a question
Bez,
that I'm
it depends on how you're going to interact with your audience too.
yeah.
Like there are, I don't know if you know Joshua Lee, but his is basically just almost pure DJ. And he usually does this at night. He will answer and respond to people, and he has a link to get up on the stage. But generally, he is almost doing like in a couple hours of just he plays a video image, and then below that he's playing various music, and that's his whole. At least that's the one show. He calls it something like the virtual networking show or something, and it doesn't have a lot of people. I don't know what exactly his reach is, and he is multi-streaming to various places. So I think it part of it's going to depend on how interactive do you want to be with the because I also have run, as you know, I either guest or I'm in the comment section of quite a few LinkedIn lives, and there's a number of those shows that are almost like keynote or kind of one way. It's like not a lot of interaction with the audience. So I think but to your point, it is, and Keith has said this too, it can be a bit of a handful to particularly like if you're going to want to interact with multiple chats, and sometimes it's not even possible. Like with Substack at the moment, you can't really do it very well via. Well, actually, a lot of these streaming, you almost need a bit of a crew to be able to actually effectively deal with those. So I think it really depends. But I think I agree with you in that you should probably at least start. But I would always have, because Keith and I were talking about what happens if you can't get LinkedIn live to work, or whatever, and you also test, Bez, which audience seems to be landing best for you in whatever your lane is. Is there kind of a better platform audience? But then Keith and I also talked about, well, how do you, because you kind of have to know what the reward system is for each. Which, by the way, Keith and Bez, um, I asked around how your LinkedIn lives are basically going to be assessed by 360 Brew, and the answer, which shouldn't surprise any of us, is dwell time, meaning how long do people actually watch it. Now, it also is Keith on brand? Does his profile match the subject of his LinkedIn Live, and are the people that are connecting with him, commenting in the comment section, kind of his connections or not? All of this is gonna. There's a kind of holistic picture now that you didn't necessarily have to worry about before. So I don't think necessarily it's looking. I don't think it's looking into the video and saying, well, Bez said this, that, and the other, and therefore we're gonna, kind of guide people to him based on that. It's really, what was the description? What is the what's the thumbnail? And then, like I said, is it on brand? And are the people that are commenting on the comment section part of his, expert group, whatever that means?
It's a,
I on that. There's a lot of the 360 brew that we were already doing, and so I'm I'm pretty much on brand in recruiting, headhunting slash career coaching, right? So I don't stray too much about from that, and I'm gonna and my profile aligns to that, So that's pretty much, you're right on that. I'm gonna stay on that. I'm not gonna chase the algorithm. Whatever 360 Brew wants to do, I'm gonna let him do it. Now, if I find opportunities to take advantage of, I will. But I'm going to play the long game. I'm going to keep pouring into people. Where I get the most benefit of things that happen on live streams is the conversations I have with people. Say, hey, blah blah blah, let's talk, and I'm like, yeah, let's hop on a Zoom. So
let's
yeah.
pick up on that, Bez. I'm really interested in this. You've mentioned many times that the point of LinkedIn is to go off platform.
Yes,
I'm a creator. I don't want to talk to people. Right?
then LinkedIn may not be the right place.
So, I use the example of AC/DC. They played a gig for 50,000 people. They all paid $200. Do you think Angus Young is picking up the phone to talk to the guy in the front row, going, "Oh, mate, how'd you go? Did you have a good gig? Do you want a lesson? Do you want a guitar lesson on how to play Thunderstruck? It's in
Mhm.
E. It's not bad. You got a guitar? What amp do you use?" Do you think Angus Young gives a shit about the people in the front row? He does, but he hasn't got time to talk to them.
But that's a whole different platform, right? That's a whole different setup from the get go. Like LinkedIn has always been about the conversation. And it's just that we've been trying to get too cute. And even LinkedIn tries to get too cute sometimes. Oh, we want to cater to the creators when they have yet to prove to me that they cater to the creators. I mean, I think we've had this conversation where they have first go around with LinkedIn audio and video. Shortly around that time, they had that creator program. I don't know anybody that was happy about it. Right now, they're doing it again, and they're saying, "Hey, we learned." And I've seen the articles, I've seen their quotes, and I just think that people's out. I don't know. I'm not convinced yet. But in regard to the 360 brew, yeah, I mean, hey, they want to put a cute name on it, fine. Okay, they want to organize it under one cohesive. Okay, great. I get that. That makes sense. I mean, usually LinkedIn, the left and the right hand don't know what they're doing. I mean, and I know that for sure. And now,
I think the point I'm making is that I think what's happened now for me,
uh-huh.
being banned 5 times in a month, is that maybe I've woken up to the idea that LinkedIn was probably never for me.
That's okay.
And I think this is why I asked the question before my content. The idea of picking up the phone and doing 10 Zoom calls a day, it makes me feel sick. Like I there's no way I'm doing that. I'm not picking up the phone to talk to people. No way. Come to my show. Let's collectively talk as a group. And when we're here, and I'm right here with you, like our
Right.
friend Jane. Like whenever I speak to Jane, she's got 15 minutes. Like you're in and you're out. I said, I'm just getting started. I'm sorry, I'm busy. I've got to go to the hairdresser, or I've got the guys coming to do the lawn, or I've got to pick up my kids. I'm thinking, okay, well, you live a different life to me.
Mm-hmm.
I do a show from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on
Mhm.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Anyone can come. Everyone's welcome. Everyone gets a turn. But don't ring me at 6 o'clock at night and want to chat. I'm cooking tea. Don't ring me on the weekends. I'm spending time with wifey.
Mhm.
I don't want one-on-ones anymore. I don't want to speak one-on-one. Creators don't want one-on-ones. Angus Young does not want to do individual guitar lessons for $100 an hour.
No.
He's busy playing gigs for 100,000 people at $200 to throw. When he's off, he's off. And when he's playing, he's on. Like we saw this, I'm really proud of this. We saw this gig on Thursday last week. There was 3,000 people in the room, chock-a-block full. Every seat was taken. The band played and they spoke in between the songs, but don't ask them to call you. Don't ask them to come and talk to you. You paid to see them play. What with tickets are $80 maybe. You paid to see them play. You got a chair. They sang for 2 hours. You got your value. If you want to go no more, buy the CD. Right? It's a different model. Don't ask me to call you. Like I mean, there's 3,000 people in the room. I can't call everyone and say, "Hey, how you doing? How are your kids? Having a nice Christmas? Was there much traffic?" You have got time. It's a
Mhm.
different model, and I never really realized this until recently. But I think I've always been hoping LinkedIn would be funkier, sexier than it is, but it isn't. It's never going to be. It's never going to be sexy. It's never going to suit me. And so, this is why we're asking the question: where can you repurpose your content? And
Mhm.
As to go to platform in the endeavor I'm engaged in. Uh, music side, I'm push shows TikTok to girls, kid, and to Bandcamp, where I'll stroll my music. If I'm gonna get involved with cyber, I'm gonna do that somewhere else. Most likely LinkedIn. I'll continue to do cyber on LinkedIn. But
Gotcha.
the other thing about Brew, in my opinion, is it's forcing you to be single threaded. In other words, you have to stay in whatever lane. In your case, it would be recruiting and job coach, right? And
Right.
that's it. That's your lane on LinkedIn. Now, maybe I don't remember some of my hobbies, but if you want to pursue, I don't know, violin playing, you do that on YouTube. You don't do that
Exactly.
on, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? But the other thing is, I think we also have to understand, and this is changing, by the way. To your point, actually, LinkedIn was all over the place as to what there was many different algorithms, and no one really knew how to work it. And I'm like, so why are we chasing? I'm right there with you and not chasing even 360. To your point, is already doing most brand stuff, like point where I was doing featured that was cyber. Because before I would put up in my featured section, I would put, whatever else I would be writing about. And I'm like, well, no, I
Right, right.
really want to focus everything. So my profile, my content, comments, mostly all about cyber. It's all on brand. And so now, apparently, uh, three. But my other, to be fair, I don't know what's in that black box, and they can change whatever's in the black box at any
Uh-huh.
time. So,
Yeah.
am I going to chase black box? I'm going to do what you're saying, and that is get visible in however I do that, whether it's writing articles. And by the way, I just started because I started another newsletter just kind of like on any subject, and we'll see how that and the two articles so far just happen to be on 360 birth.
I saw
And
that one. I saw that
yeah,
one. I thought it was pretty good. I was gonna comment on it, but then I was like, oh my, it was a pretty good article. I liked it.
and the last one was I never done this, but I think it was, I don't remember. I said act as just a businessman and Plato, and and talk about what it means to kind of basically have to be in one lane. So kind of what are the pros and cons of doing that? And I thought the response was pretty interesting. So I wrote an article on that, but then I'm going to use any whatever platform I need for the. I don't think, first of all, platform they're going to do whatever they're going to do.
Exactly.
And I'm going to still use it to network. But I'm going to be maybe more choosy in that networking, and I'm not going to chase the number of connections. I'm just going to allow that to happen organically because in my opinion, if you're being authentic, you will land. Your content will land. Keith is landing you're landing in your space, and
Mhm.
hopefully, now that I'm kind of pivoting into the music stuff, I'll be landing in that space. And I don't know, I may or may not eventually just, if I'm going to kind of retire out of cyber, I may just pivot completely into music. On, I don't think LinkedIn is the platform to do that,
Hey,
because they don't want you. I mean, I don't know of any way to have like my tracks played natively on LinkedIn. You have to link them off, and they overlay them
yeah,
on your link off
yeah.
platform.
Well, but here's the thing. That's LinkedIn's fault. YouTube pays you, but they don't. So why do I want to put stuff
Yeah,
on LinkedIn that they're not rewarding me? And so what if I put my I think I was talking to Kevin D. Turner about that, and he goes, well, whatever, they want to do, but at least LinkedIn pays me something. I mean, YouTube pays me something. They,
yeah, yeah.
and so, yeah, I'm there with you. I'll tell you this, the both of you, is that you're right, Mike. I chasing connections or chasing followers. I'm not doing that either, because for what? I mean, all that matters. I mean, I look at it this way. If if I were to say, hey man, you have so many followers and I'm about to turn the spigot on, and here's 100 new customers. Could you handle 100 new customers right now and onboard them and give them a service that's worthy to how you want to serve? Exactly. So
Likely.
here we are chasing. Now, what do numbers give us? It gives us more distribution and amplification, so we can get the ones that. Yeah, I get that, but in reality, we don't necessarily need to chase more numbers. We just need to attract the right people. And who cares I'm only connected to 500 people, and 50 of those people want to do business. Man, that's probably all I could handle.
Well, and again, I think like I keep on saying it comes down to use case. Can I
Yeah.
handle 50 people buying music? Absolutely. People trying to work for 50 different people in cyber? Probably
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
So it depends on your use.
True.
And the other thing I keep on saying is LinkedIn don't pay me to do. I mean, I'm paying them. Substack is
Yes.
going to pay me. Once I have paying subscribers, LinkedIn's going to pay me. I'm like, wait. Let me understand this. So you are going to look at my dwell time on videos, right? If you're doing LinkedIn lives, and you're going to quote unquote reward me for that. But where is my reward? Maybe visibility, kind of, sort of, in 7 years from now. I don't know. I have no visibility into that. I know how it works on once you have X amount of subscribers on YouTube, and they start monetizing it. I
When you
want to bash. I don't want to continue to bash LinkedIn, but I'm just saying I think it really depends on use case. What are you using it for? Are you trying to make kind of what I call quality connections, which is what I'm doing, and that's kind of all I'm doing at this point, and to have a bit of my output content relative to cyber, so they know I kind of know what I'm talking about. And that's it. And I'm going to use other platforms for the music stuff. I think it really comes down.
let me get back here. One of the things, Bez, and I'm very interested in your thoughts here because you're not a musician,
Mhm.
is that we are now starting to talk about what is your best content and how do you repurpose it and where do you put it. Now, we've had a really good discussion today about songwriting as content.
Mhm.
Now, the way I do it, and I'm very proud of this, I don't think anyone else that I know of is doing this, is I write songs around my shows. I don't do shows about my songs. I write songs around my shows. So I wrote a song called Substack Feels Like Home. Right. And I want to just sort of take a step back and play that because I want to talk about the idea of content. I know you have a different approach to us. For you, it's about picking up the phone and hugging babies and shaking people's hands and meeting people. And that's great. But for me, content is the point.
Okay.
Content is the point. And obviously, you need people to view the content. I mean, in a way, I wish robots could pay me because,
Mhm.
I'd be very, very happy to never see people in my whole life. I would. I would. But other than my wife and maybe my few friends, I don't need to go into the city and hug 100 people. In fact, it stresses me out. But I know that because I went to the city last week and there was 3,000 people in the room and I was surprisingly calm. But I did think I was going to freak out. But 3,000 people in a room, no, that's just not who I am. But I want to play this song. Substack Feels Like Home. And I want us to, when we come back, I want to talk about songwriting and creative content as a form of expression to take the thing up a notch. This is obviously not what LinkedIn's doing. It doesn't give a shit about this, and this is why I'm on the way out. But I think you'll be pretty impressed. This is possibly one of my best songs yet, if indeed I can even claim that I wrote it. Substack Feels Like Home.
Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Camera off now, but I'm going online. The stream goes global and I'm on fire. Tapping beats on the neon light. Talking truth till the room
You're listening to KKFM. Substack feels like home. Substack feels like home. So what I'm talking about here, Bez, is that content comes in many formats, and I'm wondering whether a poem or a blog or a song can be a form of content, and what you think about that. Now, you've got a different take on this because this is not the end game. For me, the song is the end game. For Mike, the song is the product. But for most people, content is just a conduit to get people to pick up the phone and pay them, right? And that is a very valuable service too. But I'm interested in this idea of what types of content are we doing to create that funnel. And we started with the idea of what's the difference between a poem and a song, and there's a lot to unpack here. But let's start there, Mike. What is the difference between a poem and a song, and how are you using this format to promote your products, which are songs to buy?
Well, let me start with actually how I started writing songs in the first place. I have been a poet for years, and about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, I started actually reading in public for the first time, because it's a long story, but I had shared at the wrong time with the wrong people, and I got a really bad result. So and then I actually, on some LinkedIn lives, I was sharing poems, and so there is an emotional connection from the reader with the poem. May or may not be the same emotion that I had when I was writing it. Sometimes it resonates the same way, sometimes it doesn't. The difference between a poem and a song, to me, I've written songs that are now, or poems that are now songs, and they're different. I can't explain it other than to say, first of all, the way I wrote it was different. The music I put to it was different. And a lot of my poems aren't necessarily rhyming, where most of my songs have more, I kind of rewrite them to rhyme. Um, just the general format is different. But I did want to bring out too, Bez does LinkedIn. Well, you can put tracks, intros, and outros on the show, and it does change, or potentially changes, at least how you introduce yourself to your audience. It sets the stage. This is why in churches they play music before they do the message. So I've actually written a number of intros and outros for people, including the lovely Miss Jackie, who actually is having her show at 9 o'clock, and she's just over the moon on her intros and outros. So I think it's another way, Keith, kind of getting to kind of a long-winded answer, is it can amplify your content.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. And Bez, I'll bring it back. You don't necessarily have to know anything about music theory to take part in this discussion, but what is your favorite band, and who is your favorite? What is your favorite music, and why do you like it? I want to pick up on what your music is, what you like. Why do you like it? Tell me your emotional reaction to music.
Oh man. Okay. So I have a pretty varied I grew up in the 80s. I'm a Gen Xer. Um I actually grew up in the Southeast, and I listened to a lot of rock in my early days. So Rush was and still is my favorite group. Okay.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Alex Life of Lifeson,
Tell me why.
Geddy Lee,
Tell
and
me why.
Neil Peart, you know.
Tell me why you like them. Can you
I
verbalize?
I just I mean, it started with The Working Man. I love the rhythm and tune on that. And then it just their music was always different. They were pushing, and new sounds, new frontiers. There weren't your classical rock band that tried to, just play. It was the same old song and dance. They experimented, and they were virtuosos at their instrument. They were from the Juilliard, and that ain't no, when they say that's a very prestigious a school, and if you're an
That's
artist,
nothing to sneeze at.
yeah, nothing to sneeze at. That's what I wanted to say.
I love
And
what you're saying. So you love the idea that Rush were different. They were experimental. They were virtual shows. This is important because music is very, very personal to people.
yeah,
I personally hate rap, hip hop. I can't stand it. I can't
I
stand
love
it.
it. I
Can't
love
stand
it.
That's all right. We're all different. I can't stand rap and hip hop, but I do like Rush because I was a bass player. I had a Rickenbacker, and Geddy Lee was my hero,
Uh-huh.
and I can appreciate their virtuosity. But you couldn't sing their songs. Like you never heard their songs on the radio, not in Australia. So
Oh,
Was never big in Australia. But I'm very interested in why we like music. And more importantly, is music or some form of creative composition a form of content that we can use in our funnel? And is that cheating? Like, is that icky? Oh, it feels a bit icky now to think that I'm talking about a piece of music, and now I'm talking about marketing. That feels like, ooh, it makes me
yeah,
feel
that,
sick.
that doesn't feel icky because marketing always had music. I mean, look at the commercials.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You know,
That's what
Well,
I'm
Bez,
talking.
I made the point in movies. A movie with a good soundtrack, it can be a less good movie, for, acting wise.
yeah.
And if it has a really good score or soundtrack, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it can make all the. It's dude to me. I should say, dudes. It's there's an emotion. Explain the why because uh, um, there's an emotional connection with music, and it's been
Yes.
true forever. Ever since we've put words to music, whether it was considered a classic format or not, and particularly now, there's a lot of stuff out there from pretty big artists that I wouldn't recognize as classic format songs, but the people still like them. I'm kind of with Keith on the hip hop and rap. Some like I kind of like some of Eminem's stuff, but that's more because I think he's a storyteller and I'm
Mhm.
interested in and again we all have different likes and dislikes and I don't I'm not gonna get on you if you like because the other thing is that I found out is I like a song from I don't even a lot of times necessarily know the band. Like I found out I liked a lot of Steve Miller songs, but I never knew it was Steve Miller that was singing them. And sometimes he songwrites for other people. So I like specific songs. I don't even necessarily like bands or if those people go solo. I don't even necessarily like them as an artist per se. I kind of like the Beatles and Queen and a couple others. But the other thing is, Keith, I got exposed to a lot of this stuff late. So I grew up sort of I don't even know what you want to call it, kind of chaperoned music wise. So I didn't get to hear like rock early on or whatever. So it was very classical. I had a very classical background. And I actually grew up singing in choirs and stuff. And we sang very kind of traditional, whatever you sing in choirs. So I was musically inclined, but I was never vocally, but I was never really exposed to that type of music until and like I said then it was in college and there was a lot of stuff going on in college and a lot of the idea one of the things I liked about college was it was really an exchange of ideas. So I was listening to all sorts of stuff like Black Sabbath back in the day, Pink Floyd, Men at Work, all these various groups. If I had to pick one, that would probably be either the Beatles or maybe Queen from a a perspective, but that's not because I necessarily like the genre, because I like all sorts of genres.
The
Me
the
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like all sorts. I mean, I really enjoyed the British invasion, I guess, it really was a second British invasion and all that came with that. I mean, I really liked back then we called it new wave, and you had like Depeche Mode, New Order, Erasure. I mean, you had all sorts, and here I am. I love rock, and I love, I also love me some good disco, the Bee Gees, and you've got, I mean, good music is good music. I don't care what genre. Typically, I wasn't a big fan of country, but there are some country songs I enjoy, and I mean, and you can take a rock band that's super hardcore and throw in a good power ballad, and all of a sudden you had a good romantic song. It's it's
But see, that was the challenge to me, Bez, and I've actually written some like that, where you can't really, the music overpowers the words. I don't really like songs that I can't understand the lyrics,
Mhm.
generally, because again, I'm kind of attracted to songs for the story. Now, to Keith's point, I mean, there's sometimes I just like the beat and the hook and all that stuff, and I'm fine with that. But generally, and even some of my songs where the AI goes off on a guitar solo, I'm like, oh damn, this is good. I like this. But like I said, generally, if the vocals are getting overpowered by the music, and I can't really understand the lyrics very well, I enjoy it as much, even with songs I've written.
The reason I asked this question, Bez, is that, and this is a very specific idea. I always wanted to write my own songs, and so I actually learnt theory so I could do music. And I want to play this particularly. I want to play two Rush. I want to talk to out two Rush songs. So, in the song "Closer to the Heart," the lyrics are, "And the men who hold high places must be the one to start to mold a new reality closer to the heart." Right? That's an A B C B rhyming scheme. Now, this is very important. This is why I don't like rap and hip hop. A B, A and B don't rhyme. C doesn't rhyme. The fourth line rhymes with the second line. And the men who hold high places must be the ones to start to mold a new reality closer to the heart. The second line and the fourth line rhyme. A B C B. Right? And this must be a very common thing with Rush because I'm going to do another one, my favorite song, The Trees. There is unrest in the forest and there's trouble with the trees, for the maples want more sunlight and the oaks ignore their pleas. Right? A, B, C, B. Now, this is just theory, but the point is the song is good, right? And I wanted to know how to write good songs. And the reason I don't like hip hop and rap and certain other forms of music is they usually have this sort of sing-songy, like nursery rhyme. Ba ba black sheep, have you any wool? Yes sir, 3 bags full. This sort of nursery rhyme, singy kid song thing. And when things are too simple, they are silly, right? And I'm noticing that a lot of really, really good songs have a bit more dynamism. And you would know this, Mike, because you can tell a deeper story if you're not hampered by having to rhyme all the time. Like, if you have to rhyme, it's a bit of a burden, isn't it? Oh, now I've got to find something that rhymes with tree. What is it? What rhymes with trees? Please or please, right? So I'm going to write a blog post called "The Burden of Rhyme" because if you have to rhyme every second line, the song just sounds stupid, silly. Bit.
I don't think all rap songs. There's some really good ones that like um, Mike said that tell a story, and they're not so nursery rhyme-ish, um, and it is a different form of expression, right? It's got a different beat. Um, all I mean, and it started typically in urban areas, and it tells a different type of story, right? Um, so I'm a big fan of it. I know, and a lot of Latin music, even salsa and all of that, we have a certain beat, and when you dig down deep, that is an Afro beat, right?
I'm fascinated by it from a sort of mathematical point of view. So
Right.
music theory and maths have never been your strong suit, and that actually makes
No.
sense. So if you don't like maths, you won't like theory. If you don't like theory, you won't like maths. But I
Yeah.
know a lot about music theory, and I'm very good at maths. So it must be, and to be very very honest, I don't have a very good ear. So my friend, my best mate who played on my song, he can just hear a song and play it once, and he's got it. In fact, he recorded the whole Joe Satriani album on his 4-track, and it
Oh
sounded
my goodness.
the whole
Oh,
Joe Satriani album. This is a really good story. I moved to Melbourne in 1984. We went to high school together, and I went home about 2 years later, 1986 maybe, and he picked me up from the station and he said, "Oh, mate, I just did some recordings. Have a listen to this." Right? Actually, he didn't say that. He said, "Have a listen to this." It was note for note exactly the Surfing with the Alien album.
oh my
Exactly.
goodness. Really?
Exactly.
I remember that album.
Yeah, and about the fourth song in, I thought, because when you attune your ear, you can tell. Mate, this is you. He says, "Yep." But it took you 4 songs to notice, didn't it? Every song, note for note, exact to Surfing with the Alien. He did the bass, he did the drums, he recorded because Joe Satriani doesn't sing. Every song exactly the same. And I said, "Oh, this is fantastic. Let's write a song." "Oh, I can't write songs. I don't know how to write songs, but I can play what you tell me."
Hmm.
He's got a different skill. His skill is that he's got an ear like a hawk, and he can do exactly what he's told to do. Exactly the same.
Hmm.
That's not my skill. My skill is, okay, well, I can hear that's a rhyming scheme of A, B, C, B. Let's do that and let's work out something different. My skill is mathematical. My skill is theoretical, arguably not very useful. But the point is that now that I'm doing these songs, and I'm pretty sure that, and I'm very proud of this. This is going to be my signature. Each of these songs means something. Visibility has a long tail. That facilitates a discussion. You know, um, Substack could be the next Clubhouse. Have you heard this song, Bez? Have you heard this version? Have you heard this one?
Which
Substack
one?
Clubhouse.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know what? You had shared something with me, and I was listening. I started listening to songs on Suno over the weekend, and I was like, "Oh my goodness!" I hadn't been there in a long time, and there was some really good stuff there. I was like pretty impressed with some of the compositions I was hearing there.
Yeah. Hello, Jolene. We got some listeners coming in. We've got 9 listeners now listening in. Jump in if you want to speak. I'll send you the link. So we've been talking, Bez, about this concept of AI assisted writing. Now, I've been doing this a long time, since 2006, and I have written articles for magazines about career coaching back in the day. And I can tell you, I would have rather cut my arm off than write an article for the magazine. I'm sitting there staring at the screen going, this article's got to be out at 5 o'clock tonight, and I'd rather do anything else. Give me anything else. Dishes, the lawn, do my tax. I'll even go and mow someone else's lawn. I'll even pull the car apart and put it back together. Give me anything else to do than write an article. It was torture. Torture. I did it one time, that's all. So now we have this thing called AI assisted writing. I say to Perplexity, I'm just going to say it, I'm not embarrassed. Perplexity, can you write me an article about Substack feels like home? Yeah, okay, I'll put it in this sort of New York Times type of vibe. Yeah, we'll do that. Comes up with this idea. I thought, well, that all seems pretty reasonable. That makes sense to me. I changed a couple of words and then I publish it. Is that cheating? Is that the world we now live in? I don't know. I wouldn't write an article anyway, either way. So, I mean, I guess there's something out in the world that wouldn't be there if it wasn't for that. So, what do you think? Is that cheating, Bez, if you use Perplexity or Pi or ChatGPT to write your articles? Or are we getting so lazy now that AI is doing everything?
I think you can tell when you're lazy. I mean, it starts to sound the same. If people have heard you speak, that it doesn't really sound like you. And I mean, I look, there are certain things that each of us do when we talk that sometimes it's just our way. And I think if you're trying to um, sound like the English professor in your writing and you talk quite the opposite of the English professor, then you can actually use your imperfection to your advantage, right? Like there's something I do that instead of go with proper English, say I have, I'll say I've got, but I'll use it with the purpose of why do I want that, in not proper English, right? So there's different things I'll do, and I'll parlay that into my writing. Do I use AI to maybe ideate and get some assistance? Absolutely, but I'll try to craft it in my voice. Number one, I'll train the AI to write as me, and then after that, I it still doesn't do it all the way. So I've gotta take it past the threshold, the other 20, 25%, and make it sound like me,
No,
right?
it's a good question. Like,
Mhm.
I mean, I wouldn't write from scratch. So there's something in the world that I wouldn't do, right? So that could be a good or a bad thing. But the point is, I will not write an article from scratch and write 100%. So it's not like it's either or.
Right.
So if I ideate, that's a good word, an article and think that does sound a little bit professorish, that's not how I would speak it.
Mhm.
And you muck around and you change some of the words and change the Z's to S's because we spell, you know, idealized with an S and you spell it with a Z. So I would change it. But what do you think, Mike? Is AI assisted writing cheating or is it just a common sense principle for 2026?
Is using a computer cheating?
Good.
No, in all seriousness, Keith, I wrote a song about this, about music. It's like, where's the line? And I said, there's no line because we had back in the day, we had 808s, we had synths, we had MIDI, we had keyboards that could play horns. So where's the line? You know, okay, yes, you still have a musician playing horns, but now you don't need a horn player. So where's the line? It's the same thing here. For me, I have a space that I do exactly what you were talking about, Keith. I ideate, and I don't use it to write, but I use it to come up with ideas. Like for my cyber stuff, I have Perplexity go out and tell me what is going on and what are the vulnerabilities that are hitting the news and so on, or that are being reported, and then I start writing about what I believe, and also I have for tone and everything. I have it review it after I've written it and say, look at this for tone to match my tone to what Bez was talking about. So it's in my voice, and if it needs to tune it, it tunes it. But I'm not starting from zero. I'm coming up with the other thing, Bez. I think I mentioned that I had taken a storytelling course, webinar, and so I'm using my space to help me tell the story. So there's an emotional impact. There's like a timing, where and when you are when you first start, and then where you land when you land the plane. So that you have kind of a self-contained story that is engaging. I didn't necessarily write like that before, but I'm writing, and I believe my writing has gotten better as a result. Now, that's not all. Some of what I write is just pure, almost kind of spilling my guts, and that's more raw, and I don't necessarily edit it as much. So again, to me, it really depends on kind of what I'm writing for. But is it cheating? like I said, I mean, is Grammarly or any spell check cheating? I mean, I suck at spelling because I'm more focused on the idea. So, is spell check and grammar check cheating? It's, and again, I know it's kind of a step further depending on how you use AI, and I use it as a tool. I don't use it as a machine. I don't use it as an oracle. Um, and do like when I ideate. I don't know if we talked, but I actually talk to AI while I'm walking. So I try to walk 4 miles
Yeah,
a day,
yeah.
and I'm ideating either articles or songs, or it could be whatever. It could be a idea for an article. And anymore now, I actually write down these thoughts in my calendar, so I remember what I need to write about, or what song I need to do. But I'm doing this all the time now, and it's allowed me. I can't tell you how much, everyone's like, oh, your brain's gonna go soft and this, that, and the other, because you're overusing AI. I'm like, if anything, my brain is like sharper than it was because I'm thinking about things I probably never would have, or pursue, I should say. I might have an idea and not pursue it. Now I'm pursuing that idea through AI.
Yeah, I really want to pick up on this because there's a very cool story, and I'm going to tell you a very personalized version of this. This person, I don't know them, but he comes home from work and he says, "Hey, honey, I wrote a song. I wrote a song. Can you have a listen? And what do you think of it? How can I make it better? I want to make it better. I wrote it today, right?" And he's looking at her on the couch, and she falls asleep in front of him, like as they're talking. Oh yeah, okay, got it. All right, sorry. Oh. And he's sitting there on the couch at like 6 in the afternoon, thinking, "I just wrote this song, and my girlfriend doesn't want to know." All right, well, I want to know. So he went to ChatGPT and he said, "I wrote a song. How can I make it better?" And they had a conversation for about 4 hours, ChatGPT and him, and he wrote several versions of the song. And at the end of that session, the song was better. And the girlfriend woke up and said, "Oh, well, what was that about? I'm sorry, I've had a big day." No, no worries, love. I went to Chat GPT and I just wrote this even better version. So we're still friends, but I don't need you for my creative stuff anymore. So let's just hang out differently. And now he talks to Chat GPT every day to write songs, and he doesn't talk to his wife about songs because she fell asleep in front of him, right? And I had this happen on the weekend. I said to wifey, "Guess what? I've just been exploring rhyming schemes for my songs, and did you know that several Queensryche songs, the band I like from the '90s, they have this really really weird ass rhyming scheme, but it makes the songs really strong." She goes, "Yeah, yeah. Look, that's really cool, Keith. But I'm cooking a quiche, and can you get out of the kitchen, please? I mean, I'm cooking. I mean, I haven't got time to listen to your shit. I'm cooking, right? And you're going to benefit from this because that's what we're having for tea tonight. So can you just slow down and go out and mow the lawn or something, and stop talking about this music shit." Now she didn't use those exact words, and I hope that she doesn't hear this. But the point was, she basically said, "I'm cooking. I haven't got time to hear your guff. Can you please go away?" Right, and I did. I went away, and I listened to 100 Queensryche songs, and I got the vibe. Queensryche with this band from the '90s that sound a little bit like Iron Maiden meets Pink Floyd. It's a very unusual combination, but very good. And I'm thinking, these tools are there for us to help. If I had have just gone out the backyard and been dejected, you know, I wouldn't have used these tools to make it better. So I think these tools are helping us be more creative. They're not making us less creative, that's for sure. Absolutely, they're not making us less creative. If creativity is on a spectrum of value, like I value creativity more than money and more than food. I can eat. I can't not be creative, but I could live without eating for a few days. A few days, probably 2 or 3 days, but I can't go without creating. I feel dead inside. So creativity is my number one value proposition above all things. So Substack and these sort of AI driven tools, they're just making us more creative. Perplexity, AI, Pi, or whatever you use. What do you think, Mike? Am I on your money there? Can you imagine being creative without AI now?
Well, and I think we may have talked about this before, and I've actually kind of gotten pretty far down this rabbit hole. Before we had Suno, there was no friggin' way I could afford studio time to hire pro musicians and then spend time myself doing vocals in a studio. I just can't afford it. I can't afford that kind of cash, and I can't afford to buy and make my own studio, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even cheaper if you kind of go with cheaper equipment. But my point is, this is allowing me to do things I couldn't afford to do. And plus, a lot of this was gate kept by the record labels. So I think what's happening, I call it the democratization of, in this case, song production. And I'm doing it at a rate, like I can literally come up with an idea. Keith, I mean, you tell me like a normal band pre MIDI maybe and all of this you know um electronic ability and song, the basically the studio in a box type of thing. uh how long did it take? Probably at least a week per song, maybe even longer. And now you can do it. I can come up with an idea. Yeah, it may take me, I don't know, 2 to 3 hours to get lyrics together. All in, I'm probably spending, I'm still spending, I don't know, maybe 3 4 hours. It really depends on the song, but I may spend as long as 4 hours until I'm kind of happy with what I have. And that includes genre changes. That includes, which I'm sure other artists do on the fly. They change lyrics. I'm rewriting lyrics on the fly. I'm changing the prompt to change it from male vocals to female vocals or mixed vocals or whatever. So I'm changing the production notes in the middle of all this. But that's stuff I couldn't. I had no visibility or no ability to do that before. So I don't know how that's cheating. Now, I understand that that's going to put a bit of a bind to traditional people that were doing it a traditional way. But I did want to mention, Keith, traditional artists are already using Suno to do the same thing. They're like, they will ideate in Suno, and then maybe if they have their own studio, they'll go back to the studio and recreate stuff. Or if they need a guitar track, they'll say match, because Suno will do this. You can say, here's this track, match in essence the track to this, whatever whatever I've uploaded. And again, depending on how good your prompting skills are, and your patience, you can come up. They're already doing this, or they do vice versa. They'll ideate and then put it in their studio, and then bring other tracks down from Suno into their studio software. So it's going both ways, basically, is what I'm saying. But there are named artists that are already doing this. So I'm like, at what point is it cheating? And the thing is, I guess some people are saying, well, if you're using ChatGPT or Perplexity to write the lyrics and you're having Suno, then what's that? And I'm like, well, I can understand that a little bit, but then I'm coming up with the idea. Even then, I'm saying, okay, I want to write a song about X, and I want it to say X, and here's, and then when I write the prompting for Suno, I want it to be X genre. Maybe you tell me the tempo, maybe you tell me the key, but this is what I want the song to do. And then you write the prompt and put it into Suno, and off it goes. So at what point is it completely AI? Because you're writing the prompts. Now you're going to go, well, that's not fair or whatever. That's not creativity. And I'm like, well, what's creativity? And I think I've already hit you up before on this, but I don't know if you saw the Ed Sheeran thing with the same four chords in all of these different songs. I'm like, so at what point is it original? You know, and you only have X amount of notes on the keyboard, and there's only X amount of combinations. And I'm not saying it's a pure copy, and I'm not saying the lawyers are going to have to figure out how this all works at the end of the day, but the way my understanding is the way Suno works is the AI is actually it's not taking bits and pieces um of of Queen and then kind of cut and pasting it together. It listened to how Queen created the song, and then it is doing something similar. It's not doing the same thing, but it's doing something similar depending on the genre. And then, like I said, there's beats and tempos and all this other extraneous stuff. Now, the AI, to be honest, is a little iffy if it'll listen to you. That's the other thing that's true of all of these AI machines. But I'm really not understanding how it's cheating and how it's not creative because, like I said, I've been writing my poetry forever. And so this to me is just an extension of that creativity. I'm also a photographer. I paint. I write. I draw. I paint. I do pictures. I'm very creative. So where is the creativity problem? Now, not everyone's like that, but I
I
think
love what you're saying because I was listening. This is very interesting, Bez. You might like this idea. I was listening from the point of view of the rhyming scheme to various songs that I like. My favorite band probably is Pink Floyd, and my favorite song probably of all time is "Comfortably Numb" because that actually does is quite indicative of the life that I was living at that time. I was comfortably numb. I was kicked out of home at 18 and sent to Melbourne, this big city with 5 million people. I didn't know anyone. I was shit scared all the time, and I was comfortably numb most of the time, just a zombie because I was so scared. And I'm just saying that because I got through it. I didn't die, but my dad kicked me out of home because I was a naughty kid. So, Comfortably Numb is probably my favorite song of all time. So I was listening to Comfortably Numb, and it's my favorite song, if you know what I mean. It's got a very good solo, and there's a very, very good chorus. And then I was listening to Queensryche, which is a band that was in the 90s, which basically takes their cues from Pink Floyd. And they had a song which sounds almost exactly the same, which was called Silent Lucidity. Comfortably Numb, Silent Lucidity. And I'm thinking, man, that is a direct ripoff. Like the chorus is the same, the harmony line is the same, and even the sound of the chorus is the same. Comfortably Numb, Silent Lucidity. Not exact, pretty close. And I'm thinking, well, where does this all end? It's not close enough to claim that it was a ripoff, but it was clearly based on it. Have you heard this song, Comfortably Numb, Mike? And Bez, do you know what I'm talking about? Comfortably Numb, Pink Floyd off the Wall album?
the We Don't Need No Education and The Wall are probably my two favorite Pink Floyd. But yes, I remember Comfortably Numb, and there was times I was also comfortably numb for other reasons.
Yeah. I'm going to, yeah, okay. So that was the other thing because I was amused, I remember. So, Bez, have you heard that song, Comfortably Numb?
Yes, of course. I mean, who hasn't?
Okay, no, that's okay. Don't be surprised. A lot of people, like a lot of people, don't have never heard of a lot of bands that I've heard of. So, when I heard that, I thought, well, where does it? As you said, where does it end? Like this particular band was heavily inspired. If you listen to Queensryche, they are directly inspired by Iron Maiden and Pink Floyd. If you can imagine those two things in the same musical space. And I like Iron Maiden, and I like Pink Floyd, so of course I'm going to like this band. And it's the same sort of thing. Before AI, we were listening to our favorite bands, and people said, "Mate, that just sounds like that other song I heard in the radio last week. You just ripped that off." I said, "Well, come on. There's only so many ways I can play these chords, and there's only so many ways that I can sing that melody. Like it's not endless, so it's not a rip off." And I'm really quite fascinated by this. Like, if we have this phrase, AI assisted writing. It's a phrase now. It's a phrase that I've heard. I didn't invent that phrase, and I think it makes sense. You've got an idea. Like, I know this because people would come to my house on a Thursday night and go, "Keith, I've got this song. I've got this song in my head." Yeah, well, what are the chords? I don't ask me the chords. I can't play music. The song is in my head. I'm just going to sing it to you. I'm just going to sing it to you. Can you make the music up? I want to tell you this really cool story about this. So I went to someone had come to my house, or I'd go to their house, and they'd sing the song, and they go, "Well, there's my song. You just wrote the chords, right?" Did I? Did I just write the chords? I mean, you sang the song. There's about 16 ways I could have played that. I chose to make it in a minor key. I could have made it in a major key. You want me to show you the difference? Yeah, that's easy. That part's easy. Well, if it's so bloody easy, you do it. Had a lot of arguments with people that can't play music, have no idea how hard it is to play music. They just think it's something you do. Oh, well, you just turn your computer on and fire up the keyboard and just make sounds. It can't be that hard. Well, if it's not that hard, you do it. Right? So I went to this guy's house. I had an M1, a Korg M1, it's like a Porsche of keyboards. It cost me $3,000. And I went to his house and I'm playing these chords, and I'm going, okay, so we wrote a song tonight. No, Keith. I wrote the song. You just worked out the chords. Yeah? Okay. Well, then you can't use the song. I'm not telling you what the chords are. You're never going to get this music now. What do you mean? You just played the chords. I'll just pay you for that. Just pay $100 for coming over to my house. And, I got so angry. But the truth is, it's the same. If you say to AI, can you just write me up some song? What are you doing? I'm so fascinated by this. Bez, jump in here. I know you're not a mathematically musical person, but what do you think? Is it stealing when you do all this AI stuff, or is it just the way of the world now?
That's interesting. I struggle with that one because I honor the people that's compose music, put it together, and make a living off it, right? So, how is that gonna work in today's day and age? I think hopefully the studios or the catalogs and um, and those that are using some of the material to train their LLMs can figure it out. I really think if there's a win-win for everybody. I mean, um, you don't have to take and not reward those who help train your model. I think you can reward them and still be better, right? Because of that work.
Yeah.
Um,
You may not.
but that
I'll throw the
Mhm.
mic on this. Warner Brothers have now signed a deal with Suno. Do you know? Do you know the essence of that deal, Mike? Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, my understanding is that in 2026, Suno will be recreating or redoing the next version or a different version of their model, their AI that will be trained on Warner artists' music. And it's not clear to me what that means to us as Suno users, but that Suno, I'm assuming, will be either Warner or the artists, or probably Suno will play Warner and then Warner will play the artists. I'm assuming that's going to impact our cost, I would assume, but I don't know. Um, so that the artist will be getting some sort of compensation. Now, my problem, and I understand what Beth is saying, and I agree there should be something worked out, but I don't know what that should look like because if it's training, what's coming out is not equal to what went in. That's just how this stuff works.
You
It's an
can't.
algorithm.
You can't do what they do.
No, but it's also not what they do. So the AI is being trained on what they do and then doing something more or different.
Yeah, but say the
It's
silent lucidity model, Queensryche can play their instruments, and they simply just re-recorded a version of "Comfortably Numb" with different words in a different chorus. It's
right. No, but that's not what that's. We can't do that. We're not allowed to do that by Suno already.
but
We
you can't.
cannot.
But you can't do it. You can't. You're not physically capable of playing
Right.
music,
Yeah.
so you're stealing their music.
No.
This is the argument. You're
That,
stealing their music.
that's not correct. It's like, okay, I listened, and I'm sorry. My thing is, so you're telling me that Pink Floyd was completely original and never sounded anything like any other musician.
No, this is actually the point we're making. Pink Floyd, a good example. So there's many bands we can directly relate, but there's copyright to that. So
No. I understand, and yes, that's how it's worked in the world, right? But but to your point, it had to be just close enough. Well, who's the guardian of close enough? Because, like I said, it's not dealing with close enough because it's not doing that. It is looking at the all of the training of all of these musicians, and then it is using, for lack of a better word, the methodology that these musicians create. It's not using their actual track. It's not going to sound like. I actually tried to do this, and maybe you can do it better, Keith, with your prompting. But I actually tried to do something to make it sound like Queen's. I forget which. "We Are the Champions,"
Yeah.
and it didn't sound anything like it. First, you. Like in Queen, "We Are the Champions," it says you can't do that. And then I've tried to make it sound like "We Are the Champions," and it didn't sound anything like "We Are the Champions." So I guess what I'm saying is that the guardrails are already in place to not allow that to within a reasonable degree, right? But the artists are saying, well, what you did, my understanding, Keith, is what happened was that Suno went out, and I don't know this for sure, and I don't know how to find out, but Suno went out and used something to do with YouTube artists' songs and trained the model on those songs. But what went in is not what's coming out. It's not like now I can just say recreate a song that sounds like "We Are the Champions"
but
with these words.
I can.
Well, then you're prompting it better than me.
So
But
I
wait a minute. But wait a minute, Keith. Hold on. Is that using your knowledge of music theory and using the AI to? So who is really cheater? Is it you as the human using the tool and the instrument, if you will, of AI to recreate it because you know all of the music theory and you can tell it what? Because at what point is that you and not the AI? Are you following?
No, it's a very good question. I think the court will decide. So several things happen. With Be Seen, Be Heard, Be Remembered. I tried this very specific project. Now, just to let you know, you cannot say, "I want this to sound like Nirvana." You can't say that. But you can say, "Oh, can you give this a sort of a 90s grunge feel, Seattle band, early 90s vibe, in a minor key with the distorted guitar?" Right. Now, of course, obviously, I've got to put that in. But then I got this song out and I thought, "Oh, it's too close. It's so close. I can't tell anyone. I can't show anyone. It's too close. Like it's the direct ripoff. I didn't write it. All I did was I put in a few words. I didn't write it. I didn't play the guitar. I can't play guitar. I didn't sing it. I can't sing really. I can't play drums. But this song sounds so similar to Nirvana that I had to delete it. I was embarrassed. Right. Now, there's several times I've done this. The song sounded very similar to Taylor Swift, sounded very similar to Beyonce, sounded very similar to Celine Dion. And I'm thinking, I can sing like Celine Dion. And all the theory in the world doesn't replicate her voice. That's her voice. I stole her voice on this song. I stole her voice. That's not me singing, and it can't be me singing. So what Suno now does, Suno and places like this, if they've stolen the sound is not a theory. It's not a prompt, it's a sound. They've stolen the sound of Celine Dion. They've stolen the sound of Nirvana. Now that's their sound. That's their unique sound, not the chords. It's not the theory. It's the combination of drums, bass, and guitar and a raspy voice that makes them sound like Nirvana and no one else. That's them. This is what the argument is about, not about the
See,
theory.
then so you're saying, okay, I'm trying to think of like if I was going out, and starting when the Beatles came out, and I sounded like the Beatles because my guitar player sounded like their guitar player, and the drummer sounded like Ringo, that and all that then, even if I had all of these artists and vocalists and everything that were doing their own thing, it was them, but it sounded like, you see what I'm saying? I don't I understand sort of what the argument is, but I'm like, how do you copyright kind of a collection of all this stuff? Because it's not a direct one for one. And like I said, it's easier when you already have the artists. So if you had, and I don't know enough about the British invasion, but they all seemed kind of
Yeah,
similar.
jump in on this, Bez. Did any of these bands from the British invasion sound so radically different, or did they all sort of mold into one? The Beatles, did they sound different to the Rolling Stones? Did they sound different to all these other bands from the '60s? You'd know more than this because that wasn't my time period. But what do you think? Were they all the same? Could you tell the difference?
No, no, I could tell the difference. They had all their signature sound, and I that's what I enjoyed about it. Right? Had it been all the same, I don't think I would have enjoyed it because it would have been it. It's like playing a song too much on the radio, and that was something that no, I really enjoyed. That's what I enjoyed. It was unique. It was different. I mean, I could listen to American music, which was different. I could listen to music across the pond. I could listen to music from Canada, from south of the border, from Australia. Men at Work. I mean, what the '80s for me was that the world was a lot smaller. And I mean, we had MTV, we had music from, and it was exciting times. I mean, the Berlin Wall came down in the '80s, right? And the East and the West came together. I mean, it was an amazing time. You had pop culture at its, I mean, it was exploding, and you had MTV to to chronicle it, and like you had downtown Julie Brown, and I mean, how man, I shoot, we should one night just get in a room and just play some good old music. My favorite would be to play some '80s tunes on a Friday night, and just or Saturday night, have some fun and make sure that we're in a room that isn't streamed out to the public internet, so we don't get DMC strikes.
It's very, very important. I mean, obviously, the law will be the law.
Mhm.
It's a matter of what we believe. So I can play music, and I know how hard it is to learn music. So I'm on the side of the musician. Someone who sits in his room, never played a guitar before, suddenly pumping out an AC/DC song is cheating. It's wrong. It's just wrong because they can't play guitar, and now they're playing a song that it sounds like AC/DC. It's just wrong. If you want to play guitar, learn guitar.
Mhm.
You know, so I get it, and so the middle ground is that it would take me a month to play a song to that level and cost me $1,000. Suno's costing me $10 a month. So I'm doing it for fun and as a part of a process to promote the show. I think if were going to make money out of it, you better have your legal stuff pretty tight
Mhm.
because, Mike, you might have to consult a lawyer on this because they're probably going to come after you. I would think they will.
I think if you're gonna, we saw a landmark case happen during the crypto NFT craze happen in front of our eyes, which was the estate of something it was the
Andy Warhol.
prince,
Andy Warhol and Prince.
Andy Warhol, yes, yeah. Where he did Vogue, the photographer of Vogue did a shoot of Prince, and he took that photo and did his own and painted his own copy or representation of that photo, which I thought, all right, you look at the law, was it transformative? I mean, there was like 3 things I looked at, and based on the because I was very fascinated with the with the case. And I was like, oh, this is easy. It's transformative, and it hits the other 2 things. And so I was like, the estate of Andy Warhol will win this. They lost. They said it wasn't transformative enough. And I talked to a lawyer.
Wasn't different enough.
Yeah, they didn't think it was different enough, and there were some other things, and so the estate, I believe, of Andy Warhol had to pay out some money, or they lost the case. And I'm going to have to read up to what was the end result. But now that we were talking about it, because I was so fascinating in it, and I talked to, I have a friend named Mitch Jackson. I don't know if you guys know him. He's a criminal attorney. Been doing it for like almost 40 years, but he really gets on stages with all the social, and then he was into metaverse and all that. Anyways, he coined himself the metaverse attorney or metaverse lawyer. And he's I asked him, like, oh, Mitch, what's going on? And he said, sometimes when we think what we see is what we see, sometimes you don't know what's going on in the background. And sometimes in cases like this, he goes, it's the one who has the most money. You may not see justice, the scales of justice be influenced by the amount of money behind and what some of these organizations are willing to go through. And then the other side has to make a decision. And am I willing to play survivor and not only outwit, but most importantly, outlast the other party.
And Bez, I think that's what happened with Suno. I think Suno said, because they're being sued by, I think, 3 record labels and
oh my goodness, yeah, good luck.
So, well, they already signed with Warner, right? So, and they're going to be changing. There's not going to be the Warner's dropping or whatever their part of the their suit, because their artists. I'm assuming that Suno, or I think Suno's going to pay Warner, and Warner's going to pay the artists for their songs to be trained by Suno's model, or to train Suno's model. I don't know how radically that's going to change. To be honest with you, is it really going to change? I'm sorry, but my feeling is probably not, because my feeling is that yes, they've already scraped these, and we can argue the legitimacy. And I mean, I'm not going to argue because it's just an argument for the lawyers. But I think again that'll all come out in the wash. And to your point, Keith, I probably will if I'm going to make money at this, or at least do some research to find.
I think it's just prudent. So I've very clearly said this is a hobby. Yep. I'm not making any money, and I'm not proposing that this is a replica of real life. I'm just having a bit of fun in my bedroom, in my spare room, with this, and there's nothing to pay because I've not made any money out of it. And so I can give you percentages, but it's a very interesting story because as a musician who can play music, this music is much better than I personally am capable of doing.
Mm.
Now, so I am cheating. I'm definitely cheating. I'm not capable of making music that good on my own. I know that because I've been doing it. I did it for 10 years. I never was ever that good. So it wouldn't be that different from if you wanted to play in the Super Bowl and you put it on a bionic arm. Actually, it's a very, very good example. Save the quarterback for the, San Francisco 49ers said, oh, look, I'm going to put on a bionic arm, but don't tell anyone. And then suddenly I can throw 200 yards and we win the game. I mean, that's cheating.
I don't look at it the same way.
Yeah.
I'd have to think about what a good analogy is, but like I said, it's on a continuum because like I said, we had 808s. That was a big thing. It was going to ruin the drummer industry. We had synthesizers. That was going to ruin the piano players. Then we had all of these abilities with MIDI and loopers and all this other stuff. And I mean, if you look at what's going on with loopers, are these guys creative? I think they're terribly creative. And some of these guys are like off the charts creative because they're making sounds with their mouth.
Yeah, but they're not stealing anyone else's stuff. They're just playing their own stuff with a gadget.
Yeah, but where's the line?
Great question. We got a couple of other people in the call. Anchor is there calling in from India, where it would be now about, I think, 8 in the morning. Let me know what that is. The question we're asking is AI-assisted writing cheating? It's a fascinating question. Zakia says no. We need to evolve, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, Zakia. Zakia is in Philadelphia. I've sent you both the links if you'd like to join. There's no right or wrong answer, and it's a great debate. And I know for sure that Perplexity writes much better than me. And let's actually take it out of the music context because I can play music, so I've got a direct line. I can't write. I don't like writing. I'm not good at writing. I can't do it. So where is Perplexity getting its writing from? What do you think, Bez? Where is Perplexity getting all of these words from? Where does it take its reference from? Do you know?
Well, it uses other LLMs. So it Perplexity is an aggregator of other, specifically ChatGPT, Claude, and might be another one in there, but they wrap around and but they're known for. I guess I don't know every too much about Perplexity. I just know that they're really good on deep research if you have the pro version. And many of us had it for pro for free for a bit until they, said, "Hey, your pro trial is over." But it was very good with research, and a lot of people like it. Even the free version, you can do quite a bit of research. But here's the thing: so many of them are playing catch up with each other, and one week one is better, the other week another one is better, and they just keep leapfrogging each other. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna, I'm almost getting just as much bang out of my buck with Gemini and some of the tools within Gemini that deep research that I can do. And so yeah, I mean, pick your poison. Just start to learn it and just get out there.
Oh
But
yeah,
yeah,
what I love about it is and it comes down to the funnel. Like what my goal is to do shows that people come to, right?
mhm,
And by just doing the shows, I might, if I take 7 years, I might build up a following just by doing shows.
mhm,
That's one strategy. But an additional strategy is, well, where do people get their information? Do they just randomly come up to my show and come in? Or are they reading articles, or are they seeing videos, or are they seeing replays? So it's all based on the goal. My goal is to get 8 people on a call chatting about a topic. The Brady Bunch model. 8 people are
mhm.
graphic in the middle. There was a man, his name was Brady, bringing up 2 very lovely boys. That sort of 60 show. So the Brady Bunch look, that's my goal. But by doing, when was the last time you saw me getting 8 people on stage? No one's coming. No one's coming anymore. What's changed? How do I get more people to come? So I've started experimenting with writing articles to get the word out. Is it
Mhm.
working? I don't know. But I can't write articles myself. So the goal is to get people to the show. The articles are designed to get people to read the articles to come to the show, right? So all of this tech is just designed to help us with our funnel. Yeah, it's just our funnel. So, it's a it's a difficult question. I don't want to write. I can't write. I can't really write. I can't even spell. So I don't really want to be the guy sitting there staring at the screen writing articles because that's not the life I want.
Mhm.
But Zakia, we're asking the question: is AI assisted writing cheating? And if it is or isn't, what sites do you use? I use Perplexity for my writing. And is that cheating or is it just common sense in the 2020s?
I
Hello, how
think
you
it's
doing?
Hi guys. I think it's definitely common sense. I love the debate that was going on previously, especially around musicians and artists. But I definitely think it is just the way of the world today. Like we have to evolve. Like the guy who didn't let go of his BlackBerry, where would he be today? Right. And it's the same idea with AI assisted writing. I think it just opens up accessibility for a lot of people where you weren't able to, like, I don't know how to play an instrument, but I have ideas for songs. And now I have a tool like Suno, thanks to Mike introducing it to me, um, where that becomes a reality. And just being able to express and extend whatever form of creativity I have in other mediums. So I think it's very, very much, to the chagrin of many people, I don't think it's cheating.
Yeah. And did you end up buying the pro version? What model did you buy? We were just discussing whether or not you'd buy the pro version as a Black Friday special.
I did not get the Black Friday special only because of the conversation we had where the legal battles are still being decided, and I didn't wanna be locked into, um, a yearly subscription for something that I thought I was paying for today, and 3 months from now, that's not the same thing that I'm subscribed to. So I'm
Yeah.
still going with the monthly subscription.
It's a fascinating discussion because there is massive legal battles going on around this, like
Yeah.
massive. But what I'm really interested in, because I don't write and I can't paint, is does the same thing apply to writing and or images? I don't have the same moral objections to creating images with Bing or Microsoft Designer. Am I just cheating in a different way? Or is that just common sense as well?
Oh, that's a great question. I think it goes to your background. Like you're a musician at heart, like you've studied music theory. So you're tied a little bit more to that, right? Whereas you're not a writer, but think about all of those authors that are out there or those people that have been paid for copywriting for all of these years. And they're like, these people are just showing up and they're doing it. Like, that's not fair. But it's again, extending your creativity into mediums that you previously did not do.
Yeah, let's take that out. Let's
But
take
but
the
but can I interject here? But writing and music composition, I think are two different things, right? I think there has to be. I mean, hey, if you're plagiarizing, you're plagiarizing, and you'll get caught on that, right? But on music composition, I mean, I'll give you an example. Prince, when he was alive, you would not find any of his songs on YouTube because why? He was very protective of artist rights,
yeah.
and he would sue YouTube. They wouldn't dare put his stuff because he'd come after you. And he had every legal tool at his disposal to do it correctly and do it effectively because he was in the right. And I mean, he didn't use his name, right? Because he felt that the studios were slave masters, and he had his own take on that. But he always fought for the for the artist's rights. I really admire that because they're the creators. I mean, Keith, you mentioned something that you did a song and it sounded so like believe you said Nirvana that you felt like you couldn't put it out there. Well, because you have this compass that says, hey, I respect the band and all the hard work and the 2-3 jobs they took just so they could be out there and perform and give music that we love to this day. I mean, whatever, right?
But is there a danger in just being stuck in our old ways, right? Does AI introduce a new way of creativity? Because Keith, myself, and Bez could all put a prompt, right? Because prompting is a new form of writing or a different form of writing or a different expression of writing. We could all put a prompt in trying to get the same outcome of a song. But the way that we express that prompt and create that prompt, we're going to get very different outputs. Whereas before, it had to be completely the individual that was creating it. So is this just another wave or a new transition from?
Yeah, great discussion.
Yeah.
We'll just get 10 people together who've got Suno, give them a song title, and see what they come up with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the song title is Substack Feels Like Home. Did you hear my song, Zakir? Did you hear my song?
Which one? You have 20 of one particular song. Is there a new song?
Yep,
I think
it's a new song. So this is a very good point to make. I came up with the phrase Substack feels like home. Right, it's going to be my new theme song. Now, I would give that prompt. Substack feels like home. Write a song. That's your only prompt. Write a song, and I'll bet you I'm very proud of this. This is probably my best song yet. Have a listen to this.
Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Camera off now, but I'm going online. The stream goes global and I'm on fire. Tapping beats on the neon light. Talking truth till the room feels right. It's just me, my mic, and a signal glow. Broadcast hearts in real-time flow.
Substack feels like home.
Live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Audio only, I hit my stride. Don't need the lens, just the vibe inside. Co-hosts drop in from across the globe. Turn a post into a heart that throbs. Auto drop promos, notes that fly. Whole new stage, no suits, no lies. Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Clip that feed to the outside world. YouTube shorts, stories unfurled. No big gate, no boss tone. We own our voice, a microphone.
You with me? Don't stack music home. You're listening to KKFM in the morning, or is it afternoon? Where are you in the world? Call me. Call me. Don't stack music home. Yeah, see, this is it, Zakia. I'm doing it. Am I cheating? Am I cheating writing songs with Suno so we can have a good time? I don't think that's cheating, is it? What do you think, Zakia? Have I just completely freaked you out?
No. But where's the line? What's the definition of cheating, right? Is it w- w- I would say no. When does the line get crossed of it being cheating?
I think it crosses when it sounds exactly or of the other song. And I think um let's say there was a song "Staying Alive" and someone changed out the words, but it was the same tune. Would you think it's okay?
If I was the artist who originally created ha
Yeah.
ha 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 staying alive,
Yeah.
probably. Yes,
Yeah,
it would
because
be.
because there was a lot of work. I mean, musicians don't get paid a lot as it is. It's the studios, it's and so it's it's not as glamorous. A lot of people who and Keith, I think you and I had talked about that. There's people out there that have number one hits and stuff and platinum records, and they can't rub two nickels together. So
Yeah, my best mate won Songwriter of the Year in Australia. He teaches guitar to pay the mortgage. Like, luckily, most musicians that I know have a partner that has a decent job. But he didn't make any money. He went Songwriter of the Year in Australia, right? And it took him 19 years to get a publishing deal, right? And we're good mates. We're very good mates. I'm not going to say too much, but we are both at the same position. You've never heard of him, and most people have never heard of me. But very, very, very difficult to make money out of music. It's extremely difficult, right? So I guess that I'm probably a little bit sort of in defence of the musicians. Just say hello to a few friends of mine. Jane is calling in from Sydney, or listening in. If you want to jump in, I know you're busy all the time, but you're very welcome to come in and have a listen to how we do these shows on KKFM. And I write my own songs now, so I'm pretty excited about that. And Robert's also there, and I promise not to sing again if you come into the show. I promise I won't sing while you're on. So I can sing falsetto. I can sing falsetto. I can sing the harmonies. So I used to be in a band and I used to write songs. So I've got a bit of a history here, and I've got a very strong synergy with musicians. But we're still asking the question, is AI assisted writing cheating? And I think we're going to have to continue to have this discussion, because if it isn't, then that's great. Because if it is, how are you going to keep up with everyone else who's cheating? I mean, what do you think, Zakia? How are you going to keep up in a world where everyone's using AI? I mean, you're just not going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, I just disagree. I don't think it's cheating. I don't think it's cheating any more than the car that invalidated walking. It changed speed, access, and who could
wait, 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 wait.
travel.
Say that again. I failed to follow the logic. So okay, you got to slow down for me. What did you
Yeah,
say?
yeah. So I'm saying I'm going back to Suno in particular because I think
Okay.
that's the biggest one because of artists and musicians and just the fight that they always have. But it's not cheating any more than when the car was invented, right? It didn't invalidate
Yeah.
walking or things like that, but it changed the speed and most importantly, the access and who could travel, right? Artistry still lives in taste
Well,
and intent and direction, right? The human is the one who decides like the feeling, the story, the standards, while the tools like Suno help with handling the execution for things that were previously inaccessible to other people. right? So
That
Okay. Wait,
so,
wait.
so true.
I'm gonna
Here,
push
here.
back on that. I'm gonna push back on that
mhm.
because walking and the invention of a car are two separate things, right? I mean, you didn't the car did not copy walking.
But it
And
made travel accessible
okay, that's innovation.
farther and
That
faster.
that is different. That's transformed. That's innovation. That is way different. I mean, that's my take, right? Respectfully,
Mhm.
right? I'll,
Mhm.
now if I were to say that um the the Model T was created and then someone else created the Model T, same thing. There was nothing changed, but they called it the Model Keith, right? Now
Well, even
that
just
yeah,
so maybe cars and walking isn't a great example. Let's
right,
go
right,
with
right.
horse
Okay.
and buggy in a car,
Okay.
right? So there was a horse, like maybe you were someone who invested millions of dollars in horses, and then all of a sudden the car was invented and you no longer needed horses. Are we crying about those horses or the fact that we have evolved and now have another more efficient way
Mhm.
to travel?
I I I I mean, I look at it differently. I love that have a more efficient way to travel. I just think that horses and cars are still quite a jump, like jump car and walking. But I get what you're trying to say. You know, I and innovation and advancement is like we all want it, right?
Yeah.
Um,
I wanna
but
But can we separate? Because I think we got stuck on something here that I think is important. I'm going to say, is there a moral issue, not a technology issue?
yeah, moral. Yeah, that's what it
Is there an actual moral issue? And I think, by the way, this is the whole nub, because if AI is not copying in the traditional sense, in other words, Keith, if I sat down and basically took a tape recorder and copied a song, and then maybe even manipulated that actual tape by speeding it up or putting it into computer and manipulating it, to me that would be a stronger case of a moral problem. That's not really what's going on with the AI. And this is the differentiator. Now, again, I'm going to leave it up to the lawyers, but it seems to me, like I said, where's the rumpus? Where is this line? Are we going to say we can't write using Grammarly because it does spell check and grammar check? Is
Grammarly's
that cheating? And to me, it's like, where is the moral issue? If you can show me, and you've already showed me, but then that to me was more you doing something immoral using your knowledge. Now you're saying to some degree you were able to do that without all of that knowledge. I'm like, okay, if you wouldn't have known all of the timing and the tempo and the key and all the stuff that you knew to say recreate that. In other words, if it was just me trying to do the same thing and I'm typing my prompt in and you're typing your prompt in, who has the moral issue? Is it me because I somehow mysteriously got something to sound like it? Or is it you that actually kind of had the intent and all that knowledge, and then you used the tool to be able to recreate that song? That's where I'm really struggling, because I don't see the moral issue here. I do see, and I understand where the artists are coming from, but at the same time, I'm like, it's not exactly the same. Like back in the day, if I was stealing or taping their stuff and then selling pirated tapes or something, that's completely different to me
okay.
than what AI is doing.
What about the legal side? Because that's where I guess, like, while we're all talking moral, the same copy, well, I'm looking at more from the legal side, like, because when the Andy Warhol versus the Goldsmith case, right? The Supreme Court had to decide. This is how far it went, and they used the U.S. copyright law, right, and specifically the fair use doctrine, right, and they ruled that Warhol's use of Lynn Goldsmith's Prince photo, right? Because that's what was used for Andy Warhol to draw the portrait that he did, was not sufficiently transformative to or to
Or
qualify as fair use when licensed commercially
yeah, cool.
to Vogue's parent, or to Condé Nast, which was Vogue's parent company. So, and they had 4 factors to consider. I don't want to go down these because these are, but they do talk about just the nature of the copyright work, the character, the amount, the substantiality of it, and also the effect on the market. So, but I love. I mean, that's how I'm coming at it from. So I know we're all sort of coming at it from different angles. And I say, oh, that's why we can't sort of see eye to eye, because we're looking at it from different angles, and that's
So I
okay.
just cheated and I went to ChatGPT and I said, "Why are we framing this as cheating?" And if you can let me read this, it says, "Because we're collapsing both the process and the outcome. People are treating how something is made as the same thing as what is made. In traditional music culture, the labor heavy process, years of practice, theory, studio time became a proxy for value. When a tool like Suno changes the process but still produces a legitimate outcome, like the song we just heard from Keith, some interpret that as illegitimate because it bypassed the familiar path. On the legal side, the concern isn't really cheating either. It's ownership, consent, and compensation. And again, on the training data. So I in theory just cheated by asking Chat GPT the question of why can't we see eye to eye on this, and what are the two sides of the argument? Now, I believe everything that ChatGPT just said there because I'm in agreement with it. However, someone else that is, well, you didn't come up with that on your own, so that was cheating. Whereas it just helped me to articulate exactly what we're all saying on here, and it allowed me to get to it faster.
Yeah, but I don't see research as which what you did as cheating. I mean, you're just using a
Well,
tool to
some
get
people would
do the
call that
research
AI
faster,
slop, Bez. Some
huh?
people, if it comes from ChatGPT, people generally call it AI slop.
I think that's a generalization that too many
Yeah.
people use. I mean, it's like I'll say AI slop, and it doesn't have to be ChatGPT when people just hit cut and copy, and like they're not a domain expert in an area, and they put something out there, and they literally copy and paste. Because I've seen 2 posts on a feed once back to back. One was formatted nice, and they put the spaces, made a few bold things,
Mhm.
and then the other one was just a straight copy and paste, and but it had word for word the same thing. I could not believe I was seeing this, and this was in the early days, like someone was trying to define what the metaverse is. Oh my god, it was embarrassing. But that to me is AI slop, because it was you you don't know what you're talking about, and now you're trying to act like like you know what you're talking about,
Yeah.
and it was, yeah. Anyways, I
Actually,
digress.
I want to pick up on this. This is very, very interesting, what you just said there. So sometimes I've written articles based on inspiration. I'm thinking, "Look, I can't post this. I don't even know what they're talking about. Sounds like it makes sense to me, and it makes me sound really intelligent, but I didn't write it, and I didn't even know what they're talking about. So a couple of times I've written articles based on a heading, and I had to delete it. I felt uncomfortable. I felt like a fake. But then I created an article called "What is RTMP?" Real Time Messaging Protocol. And it wrote this article. Perplexity wrote the article. And I'm thinking, well, that's right. That's how I would describe that. They said it probably slightly better than me, but I understand what they're talking about. And that is the language I would use. They were just a slightly bit more articulate, but it's not fake. It's like asking your older brother or your school teacher to write your assignments, if you can get away with it. But I'm pretty proud of that article. It explains what RTMP is for those that need to know, and it's very articulate and it's quite simple. And I changed some of the language to be more Keith speak, and that's sort of what you're saying, isn't it, Bez? You have to have a bit of an intrinsic understanding of what you're writing about, to be able to carry it off, don't you?
That's my take. I mean, everybody's going to have a different take. I think, and here's where I have decided to talk more about careers and jobs because I would see a lot of TikTokers out there that would would give some I felt was very dangerous advice, right, in regards to careers. And I was like, whoa, that doesn't even sound right. And they would be out there spewing their knowledge, which was no knowledge, or dangerous knowledge. And then I would go look them up on LinkedIn, and they haven't held a job, and they're out here giving career advice and have millions of followers. And I'm like, oh my goodness, and I was like, so they didn't have a domain of expertise because they haven't made, in my opinion, enough mistakes to know, they were still wet behind the ears. So yeah, you can tell, like, if you're a domain expert, and some of us who have been around a few decades, sometimes we become domain experts in 2, 3, 4 areas, right? Because
Bingo.
we spent more than 10,000 hours in each of those domains, and we get bored and we start a new domain, and before you know it, another 10,000 hours, start another domain, and by the time we've been around a few decades, we've got expertise in 2 to 4, maybe 5 areas, and I think, Mike, that probably resonates with you because you play in a lot of spaces,
Life is
and
long.
so
It's a very good discussion because we're talking about repurposing content, and we're talking about using AI to help us do that. Our friend Jane says, Keith, why don't you do replays? Well, I haven't got time. Why don't you use AI to make little replays out of this? I could use AI to make little replays. It's a very good example. I don't have time to do replays and edit videos myself, but I could use AI to make little videos. It's not cheating. It's just the show goes 4 hours. It's copying and cutting it into little 4-minute snippets. That's not cheating. It's just common sense. But it's a good discussion. It's such a good discussion.
Yeah, but for both of those, right? So, and if we flip both of those examples, both from Bez saying the domain of expertise and somebody has to be or they haven't earned it, right? To be able to, or they don't have that particular thing. Eventually, we're putting somebody out of a job that does have that domain of expertise because they're leveraging these tools in one way, shape, or form, whether it be with text or with songs or with the RTMP article is a prime example. Somebody who has spent 10 years learning live streaming and how to use RTMP, they could feel slighted that Keith put in what is RTMP in Perplexity. And yeah, he would say it, but he didn't spend 10 years learning it. So does he have the right to put it up there? Right. So it's a slippery slope of who is. Go ahead.
yes, I think he has a right to put it up there because it's not only years that matter. It's the experience and the level of experience. I do recruiting, right? And the biggest mistake a lot of companies make is they put, you got to have X number of years of experience. Well, I've seen people that have 10 years of experience that are not that great, and I've seen people with half those number of years experience that can run circles around that person with 10 years experience. So you got a great point there, right?
Right.
I
But
think
who's
it's
the
knowledge
litmus
and
test?
expertise, right?
But who creates that litmus test for who can or cannot, or who should or should not be able
I think
to?
that has typically been peer based, right? And you let people in those domains of expertise decide that, because us from the outside, whatever domain of expertise, it's hard for us to say, hey, you have the knowledge, or you don't, so yeah,
But
I
that.
think the
Mhm.
power of
but
AI,
Bez,
it removes all of that gatekeeping that has traditionally
yeah.
stopped people. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mike.
No, that was exactly my point, is that AI has bridged that gap, right? So I don't need 10,000 hours to go on to Perplexity. And I do this on the regular, by the way. I'm using, by and large, Perplexity to do research. And I go deep. but I go fast. So where's my expertise? I'm using AI to shortcut years or months or whatever of research, and I now I have to be careful because I can't believe everything that I get out of AI. But I'm doing, and I use multiple models and all of this stuff. But it's allowing me to severely shortcut the time that it would normally take. And I'm doing the same thing. I talked earlier tonight about this. Is that I'm able to do much more with my mind, and when I get an idea and I go to Perplexity or any of the models, and I was doing that with Google before. Is that cheating? I went out on the internet.
Uh,
There's a
I'm not
go
saying
ahead.
that. I,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I think we use any tool are at disposal, right? But let's say I'm doing research in an area. I love doing research, right? And I agree with you. You use the whatever tool you have, AI, the encyclopedia, the work, wherever you get your information to go deep, right? And you can tell people who are practitioners and people who are researchers, right? Now, I myself will do research, right? But there's places where I say, I had to represent myself as, you know, I'm doing research. This is what I'm finding. This is what the research, or I can say, hey, I can talk from lived experience or actual, um, work in the field I've done, and these are my anecdotal notes. And I can't say that if I'm doing research. I'll just represent it as research, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying that's cheating at all. I'm just saying there are people out there, and you're right. You can go faster and deeper, but there's a lot of people out there that will represent themselves and or won't even say anything and won't give it context, right? Because I think there's a responsibility to whoever is putting out the material to represent it correctly so that the person who's reading it can have some context. And there's nothing wrong with doing research, right? And not being a practitioner. And there's nothing wrong with being a practitioner and sharing your anecdotal knowledge, which is a
Yeah,
small sample size to a larger
But
research.
but I'm gonna have to agree with with the young lady on the panel here, because I just don't think it's a really slippery slope, because and you kind of admitted you can have a gentleman that is 5 years in, or 15 years or 20 years in, and that 5 year in person might actually be more qualified than the 15 year, because that 15 year gentleman did not learn or didn't progress. So I think it's just
Yes, yeah,
it's a
you're right.
slippery it's a slippery
You're
slope,
right, Mike.
Bez.
You're
Hold on.
right.
It's a slippery slope, and I think there's something different about AI to me. It's allowing us to take a much bigger corpus of information and knowledge and collapse it into our viewport, so to speak, where we can kind of grapple with it. Where I just don't think, even because this is what I use it for, even with I come up, guys, and I did this just recently with a 3-panel expert from AI giving me alternate viewpoints based on their a psychologist, a philosopher, and a businessman, and it kind of does it. And so I'm just using the tool in a different way, but it's allowing me to collapse both time and depth and breadth that I didn't have available probably any other time in history. Now
So
with the
how do you
interconnectivity,
represent yourself when you write it in that way to the reader? Like when you do whatever you do, how do you represent yourself in the
well, I
work you
said
produce?
I had created a virtual panel, to discuss this,
Okay,
and
all
I
right.
said, oh, by the way, I agree with the panel, because the net was, and the article was in essence, what do you do with or how do you handle the AIs, and this is any platform, but I wrote about LinkedIn, and I said, how do you deal with being kind of put into a peg into a round hole. I'm like, maybe I don't want to be in that hole, or maybe I want to be in multiple holes. And I said, my answer to that is I'm going to use LinkedIn for what I think, LinkedIn is useful for, and I'm going to use other platforms for what I think they're useful for. And so I agree with you, Bez. There's a moral. I'm hearing from you, and I'm agreeing with you. I think mostly that there is a moral or ethical conflict or issue that we probably need to get to, and that is, I think we both want to be authentic and honest and transparent, and I think that's where we agree. So that we should make use of that and say, okay, I am using various tools, including ChatGPT or whatever it is, to frame this article. I don't find anything wrong with that.
So I'll just, I love this. I love when we don't agree, by the way. So I love that when we can agree, and that's okay, Zaki. I love this lively discussion because it makes us think. I mean, we're thinking critically here, and I'll say the word critical. I think that's where some of the people that I've run across are struggling with, because they'll put something out there. I know it's AI assisted, it's good content, but I know it's faulty. Okay, because of my own travels. So, and I had a friend of mine do that, where they went and tried to, like, how to prepare for an interview, and they talked about how they use AI to do that, and how they walk through this whole logic tree. And I love them dearly, and I said, great article. But then I took them to the side and I said, so I want to understand your logic a little bit more. And so I said, out of everything you described in your article that you put out to the public, what is the most important thing in your recipe? And they said the job description. And I knew they would say that. And I said, okay, what would be true if the job description was inaccurate as written? Then they said, that it would mess up the whole logic, right? So I think sometimes people put stuff out there, with where they stand and in their truth, as, hey, this is a wonderful way to approach things. And I do this too, because I stand where I stand on things. I don't know everything, right? And so I have to be careful. I'll have to frame it that, hey, I always tell people who I coach, test my hypothesis. The people that I coach, I say, I could be wrong, because tomorrow what I tell you today could be wrong tomorrow. Always test what I tell you. I'm okay if I'm wrong, because I need your feedback. So I just think there's I'm seeing critical thinking is hard to, you got to define it, number one, because I hate it when people say, well, they put it on a job description, critical thinking. Well, what does this critical thinking mean to you? And a lot of people can't define it. So what will happen is that even just deep thinking, right, is I'm just seeing some stuff that's being put out there that makes sense, but the logic could be shattered if one thing was wrong. So that's all I'm saying. I digress. Someone can take over.
No, this is good. It's a good It's a good discussion because it's the last show of the year, and I'm very, very excited. In the new year, I'm going to start a new show called Multi-Stream, and I'd love to. This is actually an alternative view to this. Very good example of what AI is. I didn't even notice the L was missing. Can you see the error in this image? I didn't even see that there's a letter missing. Please tell me if you can see it. Streaming.
But did you know, Keith, it's very hard to see your own errors I can very
Yes.
rarely find my own spelling mistakes or grammar mistakes. And AI apparently is doing very well at really screwing up text. That's I whatchamacallit, ChatGPT Dolly was, or there had been a fix, and now it seems like a lot of the models are screwing up text again. I don't know why, but there was, so I actually use Canva to I erase the text and then use Canva to put the text back in.
Yeah. But the question I'm asking here, this is very important because I don't think we've had a good discussion about this. Is it better to multi-stream to multiple places and slightly dilute the message because the people on LinkedIn are not the same as the people on Substack, and the people on YouTube they see things differently than the people on Facebook? Is it better to do that because you're actually putting it in multiple places? That's what the show is going to be about. Or is it better to focus on one site and get very, very, very good at it and be known for that? Now, there's no right or wrong answer because we can do both. What do you think, Zakia? I don't think I've asked you this question. Is it better to multi-stream or is it better to be specific?
Definitely multi-stream. Never have all your eggs in one basket.
That's the clincher, isn't it? That's the reason to do it. If Substack doesn't work, you've always got LinkedIn. If LinkedIn doesn't work, you've always got YouTube. YouTube doesn't work, maybe Substack's working again. So you've always got a backup, haven't you?
Yeah.
Do you
And
agree with the idea of,
But see,
yeah?
I think it depends on your business too, because the key is correct me if I'm wrong. You're doing the soap making thing, right?
I
would
do the
think
soap
that
making and AI architect. Yep. Go ahead. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, let's just pick up on the soap thing. Why wouldn't you want to put that as sort of as wide as possible? And like I was telling Keith, then you need to test, is YouTube better than I don't know, Facebook, or whatever the platform is. Is there a better platform to get your clients in than another? But I completely agree with you because I'm in cyber and we believe in resilience. You better have a plan B, because like Keith said, I mean, he's lost or did lose access to LinkedIn, and LinkedIn probably wasn't the platform he should have been on anyway. So I think you have to think, now whether you do that in stages. So you say, okay, I'm going to focus on YouTube and I'm going to get subscribers on YouTube, and then But I just think treat yourself like a marketing company that is going to approach this, like I said, to bring in leads and to bring in business, and then follow the platform that allows you to do that. But you better have a backup.
Yeah, I think it's true. These, I'm very proud of this. I want everyone to know this, as it relates to what they're doing. I've asked the question very clearly today: what's working for you? And look at this. I'm very proud of this. So, what is your best content? What's working for you? Right now, here, have a look at this. I'm so excited. I want you to do these stats. You can do them on your phone. Just push your stats button. It'll give you a number. I've got 95 subscribers in the last 90 days, and I'm getting about 7,000 views a month. Now, I can tell you categorically, I'm not doing that on LinkedIn. There's no way in the world I'm getting this level of engagement on LinkedIn. No one's watching my stuff there. I've got stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of connections, but no one's connecting. So Substack works for this. Has anyone else done this stat? Do you want to have a bit of a chat about this as compared to, say, LinkedIn, who has apparently 1.2 billion users? I'm not getting these numbers on LinkedIn. What do you
Are
think?
you
Yeah, I'm
shaking hands,
definitely.
kissing babies?
What's that?
Keith, are you shaking hands, kissing babies?
What on Substack?
On LinkedIn, I'm
He's
you
pulling your
were
leg.
yeah. Remember, you threw that term at me earlier.
Yeah. So what? And I guess it's the idea of what you want. Like, I don't want to go into the city. I don't want to shake people's hands in the city and wear a suit and tie and get on a train and go to some smoozy networking event. I don't want to do that. And maybe that's what LinkedIn wants us to do. But Substack wants us to get out there and share our stuff. And 200 or more people a day are reading my stuff and coming to my shows. And you can do this on your phone if you just want to do it right now. You just go to your stats and you push create a stats. It'll give you a number. How many followers do you have? Subscribers in this case. How many people are viewing your stuff?
Yeah, I'm nowhere near you on there, Keith. I have 27 subscribers and 500 views in 30 days.
But you're probably working your magic on other things, maybe YouTube.
Oh
So
yeah, YouTube is my bread and butter. Those shorts get thousands of views and drive traffic to the website.
let's flip it. Let's not talk about me, but let's talk about YouTube. What do you get there? Because YouTube is hopeless for me. I get about 4 views on my shows. But what are you doing, and what can we learn from you about YouTube? How do you get more views on your YouTube stuff?
Shorts. So I do stream live, and it's all from old live streams that have been repurposed. So we've cut a 1 hour live stream where we were demonstrating the soap making and made it into maybe 5 to 7 shorts. And those shorts get thousands of views, whereas the live stream might have got 200. And I'm also monetized on YouTube. So it also has increased my creator check that comes every month as well.
I love this. This is
Whoa. I love to hear more, Zakia.
yeah. Tell us how. So shorts, little clips. What's the secret? Under a minute, 10 seconds.
Less than 60 seconds. Don't go to the 90-second mark. Anything under 60 seconds performs well. But I guess it also depends on your niche. I'm in the craft niche where people want to see beginning, middle, end kind of tied up quickly, and then also starting with the end in mind. So showing what you're going to show and then progressing through how you did it and then the final.
And 9:16 or 16:9
9:16.
for the phone. Yeah.
Yes.
There's a couple of things going on there. 9:16. I hate 9:16. I hate 9:16 more than I hate rap and reality TV. I mean, imagine that. You lock me in a room, you make me listen to rap music, you put reality TV on the channel, and you make me watch 9:16 videos. I would rather cut my head off, right? And I probably would. But anyway, 9:16 things are a 2020 thing. Like, I'm so out of date. But 9:16 videos, less than 60 seconds, YouTube. I'm doing none of that. But it's working for you, Zaki. This is a great lesson.
Absolutely. But it depends on your niche. If you're doing tech talks, you can probably get away with 90 seconds because people want that detail. Whereas I'm doing a very visual thing with the handmade products where it's more about the finished product.
Yeah, beginning, middle, end, 60 seconds in and out, 9:16. That's great. That's a great template. Could you work with that, Mike? Do you think you could do 9:16 videos, 60 seconds? Could you try that? Or have you been trying it?
No, I'm going to be doing 9:16 at 10 seconds.
All right, 10
Nice.
Yeah, that's another beautiful one. But what's your story about YouTube Shorts? Have you got a story for us? A bit of a learning.
It's not going to be, well, I've tried a few, but I think I'm going to be pushing on TikTok first. If that doesn't work, then yes, I will move to YouTube. But this is specifically for tracks, both buying and streaming.
Yeah.
So it will drive traffic to either the streaming, which is DistroKid, or Bandcamp, which is buying the tracks or the albums.
This is why I
Mike,
love these shows.
Oh, I was just going to say it's also a quicker path. We're talking about efficiency. Shorts are a quicker path to monetization on YouTube because you increase your watch time much faster because they're distributing that farther. So even those 10-second videos, you get 1,000 people to watch those. You're going to get monetized pretty quickly.
I'll have to check that out then.
Yeah, that's very good. What about you, Bez? Are you using YouTube? Is YouTube your friend? You got any stats for us or any knowledge to share?
Um, I am horrible at YouTube because I don't do much there. I do mainly my stuff on LinkedIn. But what I'm trying to find my stats on. Here's Substack. So you're asking for the stats. So I want to get better on YouTube? Absolutely, but I want to. I'm doing a little strategy so I can get intentional. I know what I want to do and the general direction, but I need to sort of do a little planning so I can become intentional, even if it's once a week or something. I just want to make sure I'm there. Where did you say to find your stats? And then I'll probably hit up Zakia. Maybe she can give me some pointers.
On your phone, can you believe it? I'm talking about my phone.
Yeah.
On your phone, you just go to your homepage, your profile page, and there's a button that says Creator Stats. Right.
Okay.
It'll
I'm
tell you how
there.
many subscribers you have.
I have 21 subscribers on my Leverage Career Collective one.
And it'll tell you how many views you've had in the last 30 days on your phone. It's very basic.
Okay. How many views? Okay, I'll have to look around here. I've got all of mine are, I guess, free subscribers. I don't think I have any paid. And you're saying it's here somewhere?
On your phone, front page, it'll say Creator Stats. It'll give you a little graph like this, and it'll tell you. We'll find it for you.
I just found it. I think no, this is somebody else's. They're doing what you're doing. They're sharing their stuff. I'll find it in a second. Let me look around.
The reason I'm sharing this is that different things work for different people. Substack feels like home. I joined it and I was there straight away. Like we've had this experience in our life. When I got Twitter, I was home. I mean, I don't know if I've ever told you this, but people said, "Mate, you are so into this. Did you invent Twitter?" Look, people have actually asked me. People said, "Mate, you are so into this. Do you work for them? Did you invent it? You know, how do you know so much about it?" But when I got Twitter, 2008, I got it straight away, within 4 seconds. Bang, this is me. Bang. Same with Substack. Bang, I got it. I detest YouTube. I never use it. I hate it. I really hate it. I can't stand it. But it's a thing that I've had to learn. Same with LinkedIn. Hate it. Same with Instagram. Hate it. But it's a thing. You got to learn it. Same with pumpkin and cauliflower and, roasted beetroot. I mean, these are things you've got to eat because they're healthy for you. But some things stick. Like I want to share this story. This is a quintessential story about what we're talking about. When I moved to Melbourne, 1984, young kid, my first shift on the radio station, I found out about this band called Motley Crue. Right? And the band had a song called Looks That Kill. And I thought, this is it. This is the band I want to join. I want to join a band like that. And I did. I was playing bass guitar. I was the Nicky Six character, if you know who's in Motley Crue. And there's a couple of phrases that we use that I probably can't use on air, but the lead singer was bloody brilliant. Blonde hair, really, really pretty, but was a bloke. Right? And I thought, oh, she's pretty. No, mate, have a look. Have another look. It's a guy. What do you mean it's a guy? He's got makeup on and he's got blonde hair. No, it's a guy. So the glam rock movement in the 80s was all about glam and pretty and funky and hard music, really hard, heavy music. So when I heard that song, Looks That Kill, Motley Crue, changed my whole life. Went and bought a funky little bass at the shops, bought an amp, joined a band, wrote songs, did gigs, got the girl. Right? It's a story worth telling. So sometimes other time like LinkedIn feels like homework to me. It's hard to use. It's hard. It's a terrible site. It's hard to use. It feels hard. It feels like homework to me. It feels like something I've got to do, like the dishes or the mowing. It's a horrible site. Like it's a horrible site, but we have to use it because that's where the people are. Whereas with Substack and Twitter, I loved it, and that probably reflects my stats. I love using Substack, so I'm getting results there. If you love using YouTube, you'll get results there. You can't fabricate love. That's a great line for a song. You can't fabricate love. I'm going to write a song about that. Can you make it up? Can you pretend? Can you just pretend for the money? Go out with the pretty girl with $1 million in the bank and just pretend? I don't know. Can you do that? I don't know. Plenty of people do. Would you agree that it's all based on whether you love it? You must love YouTube, Zakia, for you to be so good at it, unless you're very, very clever. Do you love it? Zakia, do you love YouTube?
I do. I do enjoy the platform. And AI, again, I would have never done the shorts. I've stayed away from TikTok because I just can't do the short form content. But again, having AI tools makes it very easy for me to take my long form live streams and recreate that in the format that YouTube wants to send out. So I love the platform and they pay me. So it's
This is
good.
a very good point. Who cares if we're cheating if we get paid? Well, that's a good question. Does the end justify the means? If you hated LinkedIn but you could get paid by using AI, would you do it? What do you think, Mike? Does cheating count if you're getting paid? Because at the end of the day, the goal is to get paid. What do you think?
Well, Keith, I'm going to keep on coming back to what's the moral problem with Zakia chopping up her content to make money. I don't see any issue there. There's no moral issue. Now, I'm going to be creating content using music and video created by AI, but I'm spending beaucoup time on both, actually. I spend at least, I don't know, 2 to 3 hours per track that I'm going to release on just the music, and then I'm going to spend quite a bit more on the video. So by the time that's all done, yeah, I'd like to get paid for it. And to be honest, I'm probably getting underpaid versus other stuff that I could do. But to your point, I really love
You love it.
creating songs. I love to create songs. I love to tell a story. I love to send a message. And I'm going to be doing all that through music and video.
I love it. Now, what would you say if someone had a book written by AI and sold it as their own and got gigs out of it, but didn't write it?
Good for them.
I'm sure, huh? Yeah, good for them.
Mm-hmm.
So
What gigs though? See, this is my point. If you are falsifying, like me, if I said I'm a cybersecurity executive and I didn't know anything about cyber, and then I was selling my services as a cybersecurity executive, I would have a problem with that because that's a ethical that's an ethical transgression. And you would get caught. I mean, but I'm just saying from that's false advertising or whatever. And if you do it over state lines, it's probably some federal offense, wire fraud or something. But my point is, that's the problem, right? Is if you were making money on pretending to be something you're not, particularly like I said in the cyberspace, that's and someone gets breached or something happens to someone's privacy based on that, yeah, I would have a problem with that. So that's an ethical line. If I'm saying that I just created a book and I am silent about it and I'm not doing services based on whatever that book is about. Like if it's commercial, like give an example. I'm thinking about writing with AI assisted cybersecurity mysteries or stories about cybersecurity, fictional cybersecurity.
Oh,
And it's going
wow.
to be very, oh yeah. And I've already done some graphic novels too using AI. But
Yeah.
that's all my idea. I'm coming up with the idea. I'm going to write the storyboards. It's it's a lot of work. And so yeah, I'm if I if I can get paid with for that because by the way, a lot of cybersecurity awareness is boring. So I would like to change that. But my point is, if I created a fictional cybersecurity mystery book and with the assistance of AI and I sold that, not saying that I got gigs, based on the book, but I just sold the book, I'm like, good on me.
Wow.
I think there's a lot of things you can do that's assisted. I mean, you could go do research in an encyclopedia and write a book and and just be a good researcher and be able to talk about it, right? And you could do the same with AI, like you said, faster, deeper. I think I was on a call this morning, um, and with in the recruitment industry, and we're seeing fake resumes. Our clients are seeing fake resumes. They're having recruiting agencies present people that they've never talked to, and they thought the resume was accurately represented. When they talked to the person, they weren't. The person even said, "Well, that's They either said that's not me, or they couldn't pass the initial basic screening. We've even had people like present themselves well, um, and even pass recruiter screens and pass initial screens. And when they got to more of a technical interview, this happened. A candidate pretended like they were losing internet connection because they got frustrated with some of the technical questions, which they should have been able to answer based on what they represented, and they just shut. They said they could tell that they closed their laptop. So, I mean, hey, you just gotta be careful in how you use it. If you're a domain expert and you use AI to help further enhance your skills, or your writing, you know what you're writing about, what you're talking about, because if they ask you to stand up on stage and speak to it, you'd probably be able to take questions, right? And then there's people that will write books, and they're not they'll be able to sell it, but will they ever be called to a conference of significance to speak on as an expert on a topic? Probably not. And if they are, it'll be quite embarrassing. So I think you can write books, and you don't have to be an expert, and you don't ever have to be on stages either. So good on you. Go make your money.
No, I love it. I just love this discussion because I saw this really cool graphic the other day based on an ideology that we've heard many times. And this farmer is talking to a horse. This is really quite funny. A farmer is talking to a horse, and the farmer said, "The tractor will not take your job. Your job as a horse will be taken by a horse that can drive the tractor." Because a lot of people are saying AI will not take your job. AI will be taken. Your job will be taken by someone who learns AI before you do. Right? And if you don't want to learn it, that's up to you. But you may not get the job. Right. So, I guess the reason I'm so interested in this topic is that I don't know if we have a choice anymore. I don't think even if we had a moral objection to it and it was illegal or immoral or cheating, everyone else is doing it. And if we need to get traction, we probably need to play the game where we feel comfortable. Like, as I said, I'm writing songs for my own show. This will be my defense. I'm writing songs for my own show. I'm retired. It's funny. I'm enjoying it. It's a hobby. I'm not charging anyone for it. I'm not infringing anyone's copyright. I'm just having a bit of fun making shows for myself and my friends. So that would be my defense. But other people, like we had, and I think we had this chat, Mike. There's a guy you'll love this, Bez. There's a guy in the UK charging £295 to write a song for you for your birthday. That's about 600 American dollars.
Wow.
Might be 400 American dollars, 600 Canadian dollars. Did you hear that song, Mike? Have we had this discussion?
We did, and I wasn't that impressed. Again, whatever. And I don't. Did he say it was AI based? I don't remember.
Well, of course he didn't say it, but of course it was. So here's a guy in Britain charging £295 a song. Like the songs are pretty bad, from my view, because I'm a muso. But they're very basic, very sort of fairy tale sort of sing along. And if he can get $295, many people would say, "Well, good on you." Right? And so there's a market. There's definitely a market. And wasn't it you, Mike, who said that someone else came at you and said, "Oh, look, you're stealing my idea. I'm the only one in the world that wants to make money from AI music, and go easy, and I'll sue you." You had a bit of a kickback, didn't you?
He didn't go quite that far, but it was surprising because there's a number of people that I'm aware of that are using AI for particularly this concept of bespoke, um, tracks for whatever, whether it's LinkedIn live shows or events. I've done quite a few birthday songs for people, and if I can find a clientele that, if you have a bar mitzvah or a sweet 16 or something, I'm not saying the sky's the limit, but you can make a nice little coin for someone's sweet 16 party. That it's a custom bespoke happy birthday for that young lady.
And
Or,
Suno should probably sort the copyright out for that.
Yeah. Sooner or later they'll figure it out.
Yeah, because one of the things I wanted to mention to you, this is very important. Now that I got you, I just found a reference to a call out for a radio station that wants DJs. They've got everything sorted. You can play your own music. You can play any music you want. They do the copyright. They've worked it all out. They just want to be a 24/7 global radio station playing music, and they've done a global shout out for DJs to play their music or music that they like, and they've sorted out all of the legal stuff. So that could be a place you could play.
Wasn't that Amazon? Places. What wasn't that Amazon had something like that?
Amazon did have something called Amazon Amp.
Yes.
What Amazon Amp was, this is very cool. Amazon Amp said, as long as you've got Amazon Music Pro, which is, I don't know, $10 a month, we'll sort out the copyright on any song you play on our station. Right, so you have to have Amazon Music, and they had 70 million songs. And we will play. This service doesn't exist anymore, but you can do a show and go 24/7 if you want. Play any song you want, as long as it's via Amazon Music, and you have a pro account. And we'll pay the copyright. We'll pay the royalties for you. We'll sort all of that out. Right? And so this new station, which I found, I think today on Facebook, is looking as an open call now for. They want to be a 24/7 music station. You can play any music you want. There's no limit. They want to be a very diverse radio station. Because I'm really keen to hear you get your work to get this music out, Michael. You're really into it. The songs are good. They're strong. They're very substantial, especially that "Where's the Line." Some of these songs are very substantial, and very different to mine in the sense that they're not so singy. I don't I do recall some of them having choruses, but I can't remember any of them. And I start with the chorus, right? I always start with the chorus. I want you singing my songs. Like I want the greatest compliment ever was my wife was singing my song while she was doing the dishes. That's what I want. I want people singing your song. Jonathan Cain, the keyboard player from Journey, and also a band called Bad English, he said the greatest thrill of his whole life was when he walked down a mall in LA and people were singing his songs because he was the songwriter in Journey, one of them.
One of
And-
the biggest thrills I've had, Keith, is hearing Felipe tell a story about how he shared my birthday song. This is before Miranda and Max. And that's one of the reasons he had me write Miranda and Max was I had written a birthday song for him that he shared with his family, including his mother, and they really liked it. So that's the joy I get when I give, when I'm giving out these pro bono birthday songs and stuff, is the joy that people are getting, or the impact that they're getting on their shows. Like Jackie is really enjoying her intro and outro. So yeah, that's what and if people like the message, like you said, the where's the line, or I've written other songs that are pretty meaningful to me. If that resonates with people, awesome. If it doesn't, that's okay too.
Yeah, creatives live in a different world. Like, I don't base my happiness on how much money I have in the bank. I've never done that. I mean, obviously, I need to pay the bills. I'd be pretty pissed off if I couldn't pay the phone bill, but that's never happened. Never happened. Never. So I don't base my success, or more importantly, my happiness, on how much money I've got in the bank. And creatives don't. Like if someone said, "Mate, I love that song," all right, well, I'll burn a copy for you. It's my song. I own it. I'll send you one. Don't have to pay me. I wrote that song for you, so you can have it. And Bez, you know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? I mean, we don't live for money. Creatives don't live for money. That's not what we do. As long as we've got enough to live on and the bills get paid and we've got a reasonably decent house, we don't live for money. That's not how we value the world. Yeah.
Right.
That's why they call us starving artists.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You got to go. I reckon it's probably about time to wrap up. 4 hours in. What I wanted,
4 and a bit.
I wanted to say a big thank you. I found this graphic on Pixabay. It's another discussion worth having. Pixabay, completely royalty-free graphic. Thank you so much for this 8-part series, which is now on YouTube. It's completely all there, the whole thing. Completely free, my offering to the world, Repurpose 3030. I want to give everyone a chance to wrap up and say what their highlights of the show and the series was, because most of you have been on several of them. What did you get out of it? And can you tell me the big story? What do you think, Bez? What were your highlights?
Well, I like the debate of how we use AI, and I think it is. I think we're just talking about it's going to be changing. It's we have no choice. I think we're talking like AI is the greatest thing since sliced bread, but this change has been going on for quite a bit. And we've been calling it the digital divide for a long time. And I'll give you an example in point. And that's why I love this discussion, because it made me reflect. So back in 2001, after 9/11, I was one of the original 50 chosen in LA to be brought on board to be part of the what we call the federalization of all the airports. And they chose 50 in LA, 50 in Atlanta, 50 in Chicago. We quickly found out that was not enough. We had to scale the team to 2,000 people, because then they tasked us with hiring 45,000 people in 7 months, and we did it. we had to come up with ways to get people through the process to eventually get enough people to pass the major assessment so they could become TSA screeners. And it was a psychological thing, that NCS Pearson, it was a black box. We didn't know what was in there. Um, and just to back in 2001, we had to train people like how to take an online fill out an online simple form and take an assessment. And we literally had people pick up the mouse and point at the screen and click. And I know we laugh, but I couldn't laugh at them, right? Because it was, we were there to just help them to, like cut and paste, like, so many of us think, hey, that's normal. Everybody should know that, but not really. And we are in a digital divide. We have been, and that chasm is going to get bigger. And
I like the phrase, the digital divide. You are right, and I think we probably owe it to the people who are in that divide to slightly help them.
That's where my rub is that we need to do a better job of bringing them up, because I know there's this thing that you are strong as your weakest link, but I don't believe that. I believe that we are as strong as we're willing to pick and uplift the person that has fallen up so they can come up to speed with the rest of us, right? And I see this because it's happening. I mean, no matter, I've been seeing this since the 90s when I got into the workforce of automation taking place, right? And even industries leaving the United States and going overseas, and we're not getting them back. We talk about manufacturing. Sorry, we're already 15 years behind, and we ain't catching up once you get that far behind, right? I think that we're a very knowledge-centric workforce here in the United States. We import knowledge from around the world. We thirst for that. Yet our people here, and I would say this can happen in any country, some of the people that were the salt of the earth, the ones that fed us, grew the crops, and those that picked the crops, we're not giving them access so they can come up, right? Like they're still pointing picking up the mouse and pointing at the screen and clicking it like it's the TV remote, right? And we need to do a better job of closing that digital divide. And I'm trying to figure out how, because I think AI is a good tool to help them. I really do, because I think if we can get a computer in people's hands, or we can get a phone in their hands, and the phone is a solution because most everybody has a phone. So I think that there's a better way to do it. And I think we have an opportunity to, with AI, to close that chasm a little bit. Anyways, that's my takeaway from this. You've made me reflect a lot. We had healthy debate. I can't remember half of the debate, but I know it's around, AI and morality and this and that. But at the end of the day, we will define those things from wherever we sit.
I love your discussion, because it's very easy for us who are online all the time to realize what this is. But I didn't know what you just said, but it makes sense. If you're 60 years old and your only experience of technology is the remote control on the couch, and someone hands you a device that looks a little bit like a remote control, of course you're going to click it and point it at it, which of course would look silly to us. But if you've never done it, you can't know what to do. And we probably do have a responsibility to sort of be a little bit more conciliatory and help people. I'm really interested in this, but this particular 8-part series is on YouTube, so you can watch the whole thing. I'm doing a new one in February. But what do you think, Mike? You've been with the whole program. What do you think are the key factors from this whole series of shows about multi-streaming? We've covered a lot of ground.
My main takeaway is it's actually a bit of a combination of what Bez just said, or didn't say actually. I think we're in for a crash. And what I mean by that is um, there's been a lot of hype about LLMs and particularly like autonomous work. I think that's very dangerous. I think that we need to have humans in the loop. I think we need to be treated as a tool, not an oracle. So, some of this will sort itself out. There's technologies coming online, like the Meta glasses and things. We're going to be interacting with technology differently sooner than later. If I remember correctly, there is about a 35-year progression where brand new technology is eventually absorbed by the population. It takes about 35 years. Now, if you are elderly and you choose not to, or you can't manage, then yes, I think we need. And by the way, I do senior scam presentations for seniors as a way to make them aware because they're being ripped off in a major way. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, unfortunately, and it's not being dealt with internationally, mostly. So I'm very passionate about that. But my takeaway for this has been, and we've discussed LinkedIn kind of ad nauseum, but my concern is we haven't really looked at the impact of all of these platforms. I don't want to say manipulating, but in essence, they are like, if you're not aware, all of your consumption on YouTube is tracked by YouTube's algorithm, and in essence, your viewing habits are being trained by YouTube or by the YouTube algorithm. Now you can kind of escape that to some degree, but I think we have to be aware. And this is, to be honest, my response to Bez a little bit was, is that the responsible and ethical thing to do? Meaning, is it responsible and ethical to train those in the digital divide on something that's basically kind of edging towards unethical or evil? And so, I don't have a very good answer because I'm using it as a hammer. You can use a hammer to beat someone over the head with, or to put a nail in. So that's a difficult question to answer, I think, at scale. But
I'll just jump in here real quick. Do you know where most of the lively discussion was? Was actually around that, the ethics.
Yeah. Well, and for good reason. And there's a lot of talk about, okay, we're not gonna have to work anymore, blah blah blah. And I'm like, I think that's quite a bit of hype. And I don't know if it's gonna create more jobs or less jobs or whatever. I think whoever said that, your job is gonna be taken over by not by AI, but a person that knows AI. I agree with, at least initially. But I actually think we're in for a crash eventually, in that the reality that there's an MIT study that something like 97% of all deployments have not really worked very well at all. So there's some realities that haven't really surfaced yet. But anyway, my takeaway, Keith, on the repurposing is, I'm sorry, but I believe Substack is heads and above. At least I'm not I don't think YouTube is allowing you to push. I think you can. Can you download your own YouTube?
I think if you have
Yes, I believe it.
pro account, if you have a premium account, you can download your own videos. Yeah.
But my point is, to me, Substack has been built, and we've kind of covered this quite a bit, but to me, has been built for creators, content creators. So, and like I said, it allows us to push to all these other platforms. And I think what I'd like to see, and we haven't really talked about this, is a sort of one ring to rule them, meaning a tool that will track all of your viewership on all of these platforms. That I'd like to see. And I
Does
would actually like
HubSpot
to.
do that? I think HubSpot does that.
I think that's worthy of talking about in 26 for you, Keith. Is there are any tools? Okay, you're talking about multi-streaming. How do I know what I want to put my effort behind? If YouTube isn't performing for me, and again, maybe we get some experts like Zakia or people that are being successful at that. And that's the other thing. I'm just going to stop on a hopefully positive note. Is I would really like to see some of us get together and just share knowledge like this about what works, and so all of us can raise our not just awareness and again, Bez, maybe teach the teachers, meaning we could pass this along to other people, but to say if you're starting a business, here's potentially what you should be looking at across these platforms. Here's what works for LinkedIn. Here's what works for, and then allow people to say, okay, I like what Keith is saying about Substack. I'll go try Substack at least initially, and then I like what Zakia is saying about YouTube. Maybe that I'll put that in my next order of priority. But this is Keith. What I enjoy most about all of this is your willingness and your guest's willingness to share openly and honestly and authentically about their experiences and what they're doing. So
it's very
that's
real.
what I got for you.
Very,
Yes.
very real. I've just
And I like disagreements that are what I call generative. And I think that's what we had tonight, is that we don't always have to agree about everything. We don't have to come from the exact same mindset. And I think that's when we grow, is when we're having a little good generative friction, as I call it.
I agree.
Well, look, what I'll do, I'll play the song again because I think it really is the essence of what I'm doing. This is the last show of the year in a stricter sense, but I might try the new Substack only version. We've had a good discussion over 4 hours, so I'll play this. You guys can go. I'll take care of this now, and I'll see you in the new year. I'm going to have January off, and then I'm back in February with a brand new show. So
we're not seeing you the rest of the month?
I might do some. I might try this new. Have you tried it, Bez? The new Substack version?
No. You mean live streaming there?
Yeah. Have you tried it?
I have not. I know you did.
Yeah, it's very good. Like, it's very good. Very basic, but very good. Mm-hmm. So I might do tomorrow's show here. You can only have 3 people on stage. You can't schedule ahead. You can't play music. You can't have graphics. It's just 3 people talking and a chat room. Like, it's pretty basic. It's like you're going back about a decade. But it'll grow, and they're open to growing. So, with that in mind, Substack does indeed feel like home. So I'll play my song. I'm going to create more songs, and that will generate more debate. So that is just an endless loop. So I'll see you next year, but I might have a bit of fun beforehand. It's like it's only a week till Christmas, and Christmas is a week tomorrow, isn't it, or something? Not far away at all. But listen to this bass line. Listen to this bass line. Funky.
Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Camera off now, but I'm going online. The stream goes global and I'm on fire. Topping beats on the neon light. Talking truth till the room feels right. It's just me, my mic, and a signal glow. Broadcast hearts in real time flow.
Sing it with me.
Substack feels like home. We're live streaming,
Double chorus.
Feels like home. We love streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words now, we're homegrown. Yeah,
Substack feels like home. Strategic fade out. You're listening to KKFM live in Melbourne, Australia on Substack, YouTube, and LinkedIn. Substack feels like home.